Welcome to the Crow's Tavern. Tonight, we'll journey back to the time of the Norse people, exploring their villages, customs, and daily lives as we drift toward peaceful sleep together. After our story ends, you'll hear the gentle sounds of a crackling fire that will continue for hours without interruption. These soothing sounds will help guide you into a deep and restful sleep. Now let us begin our journey into the Viking world and allow the ancient tales to carry you towards slumber. The mists of Niflheim curled around Baldur's feet like tendrils of memory, neither warm nor cold, but existing in that strange space between sensation that only the dead can truly comprehend. He stood upon the northern shore, his once golden hair now silvered by the moonlight that seemed to emanate not from above, but from the landscape itself. The river Gjöll flowed before him, its waters neither swift nor still, carrying whispers and reflections rather than stones and leaves. Baldur had not expected consciousness after his death. The mistletoe arrow that pierced his heart should have been the end of all thought, all perception. Yet here he stood, aware of himself and the journey that awaited him. Perhaps this was Frigg's final gift to her beloved son, this moment of clarity before descending into Helheim's eternal embrace. The living call it the death road, came a voice like autumn leaves rustling across stone. But those who walk it know it as the path of remembrance. Baldur turned to find a pale figure standing where moments before there had been only mist, neither man nor woman, but something between and beyond, its form shifting subtly with each breath of wind. Only the eyes remained constant, deep wells of midnight blue that held the quiet wisdom of countless crossings witnessed. "You are my guide?" Baldur asked, his voice sounding strange to his own ears, resonant in ways it had never been in life. The figure inclined what might have been its head. "I am a voice for the voiceless, a memory for the forgotten. I walk with those who must cross Gjöll's waters. Some call me Nastron, the shore of corpses," Baldur translated, feeling no fear at the name. Fear, it seemed, belonged to the living. What he felt instead was a profound curiosity, the kind that comes when all urgency has been stripped away by death's patient hand. Nastron gestured toward the river with a rippling movement. "The waters of Gjöll hold the reflections of all who have crossed before you. Look closely, and you may see faces you once knew." Baldur approached the riverbank. The ground beneath his feet transitioned from frozen earth to small, smooth stones that seemed to sigh as he walked upon them. At the water's edge, he knelt and gazed into the gently undulating surface. At first, he saw only his own reflection, familiar yet altered, the marks of life's struggles smoothed away, leaving something essential and unadorned. Then, as if responding to his attention, the water's surface began to shift. Faces formed in the ripples. Some he recognized immediately, others took longer to place in the halls of his memory. "My mother's handmaidens," he murmured, seeing the gentle faces of those who had served Frigg faithfully. "They died in the great winter before the last." "The river remembers all who cross," Nastron said, standing just behind Baldur's shoulder. "It is the first gift of Helheim, to be remembered." As Baldur watched, the faces changed again. Now he saw warriors he had known, men and women who had fallen in battle, but had not been chosen for Valhalla. Their expressions were not of disappointment or regret, but of a profound peace that Baldur found unexpectedly comforting. "I had thought," he began, then hesitated. The all who did not feast in Odin's hall must suffer, Nostron completed his thought. It is a living fear, not a dead truth. Helheim holds no punishment for ordinary lives. It is simply the next place. Balder rose to his feet, a new understanding settling around him like a cloak. Then I am ready to cross. Nastrond nodded toward the distance, where a pale arch rose from the mists spanning the dark waters. Gjallarbrú awaits, but be warned. The bridge tests all who seek passage. It is not your strength that will carry you across, but your willingness to leave strength behind. Together they walked along the shore, the soft lapping of the waters against the banks creating a rhythm like distant drums. Occasionally shapes moved beneath the surface, not threatening but watchful, the denizens of Diol, Balder supposed, witnessing yet another passage from one existence to the next. As they approached Gjallarbrú, its true nature became clearer. The bridge was constructed not of stone or wood, but of something that seemed to exist between substance and spirit. It gleamed with a frost that never melted, and each footfall upon its surface rang out with a tone that seemed to echo far beyond the physical world. And at the foot of the bridge stood a figure so still that Balder initially mistook her for a statue. Tall and slender, clothed in grey that shifted between fabric and mist, she held a staff of polished bone that stood taller than herself. Her face, when she finally turned it toward the approaching travelers, held the solemn beauty of a winter's first snowfall. Modgud, Nastrond acknowledged with what might have been a bow. Guardian of Gjallarbrú, I bring Baldur, son of Odin and Frigg, slain by mistletoe and blind intention. Modgudr's eyes, the pale blue of ice over deep water, studied Baldur with neither judgment nor welcome. Many have come seeking passage, she said, her voice like distant wind through stone corridors. Kings and thralls, warriors and peace weavers, all must answer before crossing. She shifted her staff, and suddenly it was as if a curtain had been drawn back from reality itself. The mists parted, and Baldur could see across the bridge to the far shore. A landscape of subtle beauty, neither the harsh glory of Asgard nor the vibrant richness of Midgard, but something more essential than either. What do you bring with you, Baldur Odinson? Modgudr asked. For only those who carry the right burdens may cross Gjallarbrú. Baldur considered the question carefully. In life he had carried many things. Responsibilities as a god, his mother's fierce protection, the love of his wife Nanna, the respect of the Aesir. But in death, what remained? I bring only myself, he answered finally. All else belongs to the living world. A flicker of what might have been approval crossed Modgudra's timeless face. And what do you leave behind? This question struck deeper. What was he leaving behind? His divine status? The prophecies that had surrounded his birth and death? The grief of those who mourned him? I leave behind fear, Baldur said, the answer rising to his lips with unexpected certainty. The fear that shaped my final days, when all of Asgard sought to protect me from the fate that found me anyway. Modgudr nodded slowly. Fear belongs to the living. It has no place beyond Gjallarbrú. She stepped aside, opening the path to the bridge, but raised her staff before Baldur could step forward. The crossing is not yet granted. Gjallarbrú itself must accept your passage. Baldur looked to Nastrond, who had remained silently observant during this exchange. The guide offered what might have been a smile, though on its shifting features, expressions were difficult to interpret with certainty. The bridge knows the heart better than the heart knows itself, Nastront explained. Step forward with truth and the way will open. With a deep breath, he no longer physically needed but found comforting as a remnant of life, Balder approached the foot of the bridge. The frost-covered surface seemed to pulse with a light that responded to his proximity, rippling outward like concentric circles in still water. The first step onto Gjallarbrú rang out with a clear bell-like tone that echoed far longer than natural acoustics should allow. The sound seemed to travel not just through air, but through time itself, resonating with moments long past and perhaps those yet to come. The second step brought a change to the very substance of the bridge beneath his feet. What had appeared solid now seemed to flow like water made rigid by some temporary enchantment, holding his weight but reminding him of its fundamentally transient nature. By the third step, the mists had risen to envelop him completely, and Balder found himself no longer able to see Nastrond or Modgujur behind him, nor the distant shore ahead. He was surrounded by pearlescent whiteness that seemed to contain all colors and none. Balder! The whisper came from everywhere and nowhere, a voice he recognized immediately despite the centuries that had passed since he had last heard it. Grandfather? He responded, turning in place, though there was nothing to see but mist. The voice of Bor, father of Odin, who had passed into Helheim long before Baldur's birth, continued as if from a great distance. You come earlier than was foretold. Prophecies are for the living, Baldur replied, repeating what he had so recently learned. I am here now as I am meant to be. A sound like soft laughter surrounded him. Wisdom comes quickly to you in death. Perhaps that is why you were beloved in life. The mists shifted, thinning in places to reveal not Gjallarbrú beneath his feet, but scenes from his own past, moments of significance that had shaped the god he had become. Balder saw himself as a child, learning wisdom at Frigg's knee. He witnessed his own marriage to Nanna, her face radiant with a love that had sustained them both through centuries. He observed councils of the Aesir, where his voice had brought reason to heated debates. Do you regret leaving them? Bor's voice asked. Balder considered this as the images continued to flow around him. Regret is another burden I must leave behind, he finally answered. What was, was. What will be? The mists thickened again, obscuring the visions, but somehow feeling warmer, more approving. Balder continued walking, though he had no way to know if he was still following Gjallarbrú's path or wandering in some liminal space between worlds. Then he heard it, the sound of water lapping against stone, but with that same otherworldly resonance that had characterized every sound in this strange journey. He was approaching the far bank of Gjoll, though the mist still concealed it from view. Before he could take another step, the whiteness before him coalesced into a form both familiar and heart-wrenching. Nanna stood there, exactly as she had on the morning of his death, her eyes filled with the love that had defined their existence together. My husband, she said, her voice carrying the melodic quality he had adored. You travel where I cannot follow. Balder stopped, his hand instinctively reaching toward her before he caught himself. You live still, he said softly. This is but an illusion of Gjallarbrú. Her smile held infinite sadness. Does that make it less real, less true? The bridge shows what the heart most needs to resolve before crossing. I would have you live fully, Balder told her, his voice steady despite the emotions flooding through him. My journey is set upon its path, but yours continues in the lands of light and air. And when my time comes, she asked, will you wait for me beyond Gialabru? Balder smiled then, feeling a certainty that transcended the confusion of this liminal place. Time flows differently in Helhelm, or so the stories say. Perhaps for me, you will arrive but moments after I do. Though years or centuries may pass in Midgard, Nanna's form began to dissolve back into mist, but her smile remained visible longest of all. Then I shall live fully until we meet again, my beloved. As the last trace of her disappeared, the mists parted completely, revealing that Balder stood now just steps from the far side of Gialabru. The shore beyond was neither desolate nor forbidding as living tales often depicted it. Instead, it held a austere beauty. Silver-leafed trees growing alongside crystalline streams, mountains of deep blue stone rising in the distance, and the soft illumination of neither sun nor moon, but something uniquely Helheim's own. Standing at the end of the bridge was Nastrond, seemingly having crossed by some other means to await him. Beside the guide stood a woman of commanding presence, tall and half-shadowed, her face a perfect balance between devastating beauty and terrible solemnity. Hela, Balder acknowledged, recognizing the ruler of Helheim, though they had never met before this moment. She inclined her head slightly, neither submission nor condescension, but simple recognition between powers. Balder Odin's son, your arrival has been long awaited. You knew I would come? He asked, finally stepping off Gialabru and onto the shore of Helheim proper. I'll come here eventually, she replied, her voice like the deepest notes of a stone harp. Even gods, though few make the crossing with such clarity. Nastrond moved to stand beside Balder. He answered Modgudrid truly, and crossed Gialabru without faltering. Hela studied him with eyes older than most of creation. Then you are welcome to Helheim, not as prisoner, but as one who belongs. The realm responds to those who enter it willingly. As if to demonstrate this truth, the landscape around them seemed to shift subtly, the colors deepening, the distant mountains drawing slightly closer, as if the very fabric of Helheim were adjusting to acknowledge Balder's presence and acceptance. Come, Hela said, turning toward a path that led away from the river between stands of the silver-leaved trees. There is much to show you, and eternity in which to learn it. As they walked away from Galba, Baldur felt a strange lightness, not the absence of physical form, for he still possessed something that approximated his living body, but the unburdening of spirit that comes from complete acceptance. Death had not been an ending, but a transition, and the path ahead, while unknown, held its own form of peace. The sound of the river gradually faded behind them, replaced by new sounds. The soft sighing of wind through unusual foliage. The distant calls of creatures neither living nor dead, but existing in Helheim's unique state of being. And eventually, as they approached what appeared to be a vast hall carved from the side of a mountain, the sound of countless voices engaged in quiet conversation. The Hall of Waiting, Hela explained as they approached. Here dwell those who have crossed Gjöll before you. Kings and shepherds, warriors and poets, the renowned and the forgotten. In Helheim, old hierarchies mean little. It is what one becomes after death that matters here. The massive doors of the hall stood open, revealing a space larger within than should have been possible, illuminated by thousands of small flames that burned with a clear, unwavering light. People moved throughout the vast chamber, some in groups engaged in earnest discussion, others alone in contemplation, many occupied with crafts or arts that they perhaps had never had time to master in life. The Baldur seem content, Baldur observed, surprised by the atmosphere that was neither jubilant like Valhalla nor tormented as darker tales of the underworld suggested. Contentment is the gift of acceptance, Hela replied. Those who fight against their fate find Helheim oppressive. Those who accept it discover the freedom that comes after surrender. As they passed through the entrance, many of the hall's occupants looked up, some with recognition in their eyes. A few approached, men and women from different eras and lands, their clothing and appearance as diverse as their presumed origins. "The Bright One comes at last," said an elderly man with the bearing of a king, though he wore simple robes rather than royal regalia. "The whispers have spoken of your arrival for many passings of Gel's tides. You know me?" Baldur asked, surprised. A woman stepped forward, her eyes holding wisdom that suggested she had been a Volva or Cirrus in life. "All know the son of Frigg, whose death marks the beginning of the end. The question that has occupied our discussions is whether your coming hastens Ragnarok, or merely signals its inevitable approach." Hela raised a hand, silencing further questions with a gesture that brooked no defiance. "Baldur comes not as harbinger but as citizen of Helheim. The concerns of living realms remain with the living. Here we exist beyond such matters." The gathered spirits accepted this pronouncement without protest, though Baldur could see in many faces that questions remained. He found himself curious as well. What role did his death truly play in the coming of Ragnarok? Was his presence in Helheim part of some greater design, or merely the natural consequence of his untimely end? But such questions, he realized, belonged to his old existence. Here in Helheim, different truths held sway. Perhaps understanding would come with time, or perhaps the very nature of his concerns would transform as he adjusted to this new reality. Nastrond, who had remained a silent presence throughout their entry to the hall, now spoke. "The newly arrived are given time to acclimate before finding their place among us. Some choose solitude, others community. All find, eventually, the path that suits their nature." "And what is my path to be?" Baldur asked, looking between his guide and the ruler of this realm. Ella's expression softened slightly, revealing a glimpse of compassion beneath her regal demeanor. "That, Odinson, is for you to discover. Unlike Valhalla, where purpose is prescribed, or Folkvanga, where renewal is imposed, Helheim allows each soul to find its own meaning. It is both our harshest demand and our greatest gift." With these words, she turned and moved deeper into the hall, her form gradually blending with the shadows until she was no longer visible, leaving Baldur with Nastrond and the curious spirits who had greeted their arrival. "Come," said Nastrond, gesturing toward a quieter corner of the vast space. "Rest. Reflect. The crossing of Gjol requires more of the spirit than most realize. In time, your place here will become clear to you." Baldur followed, aware of the eyes that tracked his movement, some curious, others knowing, as if certain residents of Helheim understood aspects of his situation that remained mysterious to him. He found himself led to a small alcove set into the wall of the hall, furnished simply with a stone bench and a small flame burning in a carved niche. "I will leave you to your thoughts," Nastrond said. "When you wish for company or guidance, speak my name to the flame, and I will return." Left alone, Balder settled onto the bench and allowed himself to fully inhabit this moment of transition. The flame before him burned with the same clear, steady light as all the others in the hall, neither consuming fuel nor producing smoke. Like everything in Helheim, it existed in a state that defied the natural laws of the living world. As he watched its unwavering dance, Balder felt the last vestiges of his attachment to life gradually releasing their hold. The grief he had carried for his own death, not for himself but for those left behind, began to transmute into something more like acceptance. The questions that had seemed so urgent just moments ago receded in importance. In their place came a profound sense of presence. Here, now, in this moment between moments, Balder existed without the weight of prophecy or expectation. Whatever his death might mean for the 9 realms, whatever Ragnarok might bring in some distant or imminent future, he was simply himself, no longer a god to be protected or mourned, but a consciousness experiencing the next phase of existence. With this realization came an unexpected peace, deeper than any he had known in life. Baldur closed his eyes, not to sleep, for the dead have no need of sleep, but to simply be fully present in the eternal now of Helheim. How long he remained in this state of contemplation, Baldur could not have said. Time in Helheim flowed differently, with rhythms more like tides than the measured progress of days and seasons in the living realms. He became aware gradually of a presence nearby. Not Nastrond returned, but someone else, someone whose essence carried a familiar resonance. Opening his eyes, Balder found himself facing a woman seated on the opposite end of his stone bench. Her features were those of advanced age, deeply lined with wisdom rather than wear, her silver hair elaborately braided in a style that had been common among wise women in Midgard centuries ago. "You do not know me," she said, before he could speak, her voice carrying the complex harmonics that seemed common to all in Helheim. "But I have watched your family for generations. You are a seeress," Balder guessed, noting the rune-marked tokens that hung from her belt and the knowing depth in her pale eyes. She inclined her head slightly. "In life, I was called Groa. My prophecies guided kings and commoners alike through the northern lands. In death, I have continued to observe the patterns of fate, though from a different vantage." The name was indeed familiar to Balder, though she had lived and died long before his birth. "Your wisdom is still honored among the Volv of Midgard," he told her. A smile creased her ancient face. "Kind words, though of little consequence now. I come not to speak of my past, but of your future." Balder felt a momentary resistance to this idea. Had he not just released himself from the burden of futures and prophecies? But curiosity overcame this hesitation. What future can there be in the realm of the dead? Roa's laughter was unexpectedly melodic for one so aged in appearance. Death is but another state of being with its own possibilities, its own potential for growth and change. Did you imagine Helheim to be static, unchanging through eternity? She gestured around at the hall, drawing Balder's attention to details he had not fully registered before. Some spirits gathered in what appeared to be classes or discussion groups. Others worked at crafts that produced objects of extraordinary beauty. Tapestries that seemed to move with lives of their own. Sculptures that captured emotions rather than merely physical forms. Instruments that played notes impossible in the living world. Helheim is not an ending but a continuation, Groa explained. Those who accept this truth find themselves evolving beyond what they were in life. Even gods, she added with a meaningful look at Baldur. And what am I to become? He asked, genuine curiosity replacing his earlier resistance. Groa reached into a small pouch at her waist and withdrew a handful of carved rune stones, which she cast onto the space between them on the bench. They fell in a pattern that apparently held meaning to her practiced eye, for she studied them intently before speaking again. You were the god of light and purity in life, she said finally. Here, you may become something both less and more. The runes suggest a role as bridge keeper, not of physical crossings like Yalabru, but of understanding between realms. She pointed to a specific rune that had landed prominently in the pattern. Manaz. The self, humanity, connection between beings. Combined with Dagaz, breakthrough, transformation. You who have experienced both divine life and true death have perspective unique even among Helheim's residents. Baldur considered this. A mediator of sorts between Helheim and other realms? Perhaps, Groa acknowledged. Though connections between realms are carefully restricted, as you well know. But there are many here who struggle to release their attachments to life, who resist the transformation that death offers. Your presence, your innate radiance that persists even here, may help guide them toward acceptance. As they spoke, Baldur noticed that the lighting in their alcove had subtly increased. Looking down, he realized with surprise that his own form was emitting a soft glow, not the golden radiance that had been his hallmark in life, but a silvery illumination reminiscent of Giol's moonlit waters. Groa nodded as if this confirmed her reading. The light adapts to Helheim's nature, as will all your gifts in time. She gathered her runes, returning them to their pouch with practiced movements. I leave you to consider these possibilities. There is no haste in Helheim. Take the time you need to find your way forward. When you are ready to explore beyond contemplation, seek the Grove of Echoes at the eastern edge of Hela's domain. There, many like yourself have found clarity of purpose. With these words, she rose and departed as quietly as she had arrived, leaving Baldur once more alone with the eternal flame and his thoughts, now turned in new directions. The suggestion that he might still have purpose, still provide service even in death, resonated with his essential nature. In life, Baldur had always found fulfillment in being of use to others, mediating disputes among the Aesir, bringing light to darkened corners of the 9 realms, teaching younger gods the wisdom passed down from earlier generations. Perhaps death need not end this aspect of his existence, but merely transform it, as Groa had suggested. He became aware that the ambient sounds of the Hall of Waiting had shifted subtly. Where before there had been the gentle murmur of countless quiet conversations, now a hush had fallen, broken only by the soft notes of a stringed instrument being played with exquisite skill. Rising from his alcove, Baldur followed the music to its source. In the center of the hall, a circle had formed around a slender figure seated on a simple stool. The musician's fingers moved across the strings of an instrument, similar to the harps of Asgard, but with a voice altogether different. Deeper, more resonant, capable of harmonics impossible on instruments made for living ears. The player was a young woman, her features suggesting she had died in the early spring of her life. Yet her expression held no regret or bitterness as she coaxed sounds of haunting beauty from the strings. The gathered spirits listened with expressions of rapt attention, many with closed eyes, swaying slightly with the melody. Baldur joined the circle, allowing the music to wash over him. The composition spoke of longing without despair, of separation without loss. of endings that contained within them the seeds of new beginnings. It was music that could only have been created in Helheim by one who had fully embraced the perspective that death afforded. When the final notes faded into the hushed atmosphere of the hall, no one spoke or applauded. Such expressions seemed unnecessary, even inappropriate, for the moment of collective experience they had shared. The musician simply nodded once in acknowledgement of her audience, then rose and moved away, disappearing among the gathered spirits. Gradually, normal activities resumed throughout the hall. Conversations rekindled, crafts were returned to, studies continued. But Balder noticed that something had subtly shifted in the atmosphere. The music had created a moment of unity among the diverse inhabitants of Helheim, a reminder of their shared state of being despite their varied origins and experiences. This, too, was part of Helheim's nature, he realized. Not constant sorrow as the living imagined, but moments of profound beauty arising from acceptance of what was, rather than longing for what could no longer be. A figure materialized at his side. Nastrond returned without being summoned. "You begin to see," the guide observed, its shifting features suggesting what might have been a smile. "I begin to," Balder agreed, "though I suspect Helheim contains depths that would take eons to fully comprehend. As does every soul who dwells here," Nastron replied. "Are you ready to venture beyond the Hall of Waiting? There is much more of Helheim to experience, if you wish it." Balder considered this offer. Part of him desired further reflection, more time to fully process the transition he had undergone. But a stronger impulse urged him forward, toward exploration of this realm that would be his home for how long? Until Ragnarok? Until the end of all things? Such questions seemed both urgent and irrelevant in the strange timelessness of Helheim. "Show me," he decided. "Whatever Helheim holds, I would face it with open eyes and willing spirit." Nastrond inclined its head in acknowledgement and led the way toward one of the many archways that opened from the main hall into corridors beyond. As they passed through, Balder glanced back once at the community he was temporarily leaving, the gathered souls, each finding their own path through death's domain, each carrying their own story. In that moment, he felt a strange certainty that he would indeed find purpose here, though perhaps not in the form Groa had envisioned. The specifics mattered less than the principle, that even in death, growth and service remained possible, that existence, in whatever form it took, contained possibilities worth exploring. With this thought to accompany him, Balder followed Nastrond into the deeper realms of Helheim, leaving behind the shores of Gjoll and the crossing that had brought him to this new existence. Ahead lay mysteries and discoveries, challenges and revelations, all part of the journey that continued beyond life's end. The corridor they entered was unlike any in Asgard's golden halls or Midgard's earthen dwellings. Its walls appeared to be carved from a single piece of dark stone shot through with veins of luminous silver that provided soft, shifting illumination. The ceiling arched high above, occasionally opening to reveal not sky, but a strange, swirling expanse that might have been the underside of reality itself. "The passages of reflection," Nastrond explained as they walked. "They connect the various domains of Helheim and change their configuration according to the needs of those who travel them." As if to demonstrate this claim, the corridor ahead curved where moments before it had appeared straight, opening into a small circular chamber with 5 identical archways leading outward in different directions. "Where do you wish to go first?" Nastrond asked. "Helhelm contains many aspects, The fields of rest where most dwell in quiet contemplation, the forests of memory where past experiences can be revisited and reinterpreted, the chasms of transformation where more profound changes occur, the libraries of all knowledge where the wisdom of countless lives is preserved. Balder considered these options, each appealing in its own way. But another possibility, mentioned earlier, resonated most strongly. The Grove of Echoes, he decided, where clarity of purpose might be found. Nastron's form seemed to shimmer with approval, an excellent choice for one newly arrived. The grove has guided many through their initial uncertainty. Without apparent decision or movement, one of the 5 archways began to glow more brightly than the others. Nastron gestured toward it, and they continued their journey through passages that seemed to respond to their presence, widening or narrowing, brightening or dimming as they progressed. Does Helheim reshape itself for all who dwell here? Balder asked as they walked. To varying degrees, Nastrond replied. Those who arrive with rigid expectations often find Helheim equally rigid, conforming to their fears or limited understanding. Those who come with openness, as you have, discover a realm of far greater flexibility and potential. Eventually, the stone passage gave way to a path lined with silver-barked trees whose branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the omnipresent light into dappled patterns. The ground beneath their feet transitioned from smooth stone to a carpet of moss-like growth that released a subtle fragrance with each step. Not flowers or herbs as the living would recognize them, but something uniquely Helheim's own, both comforting and slightly otherworldly. They walked in comfortable silence until the path widened into a clearing unlike anything Balder had expected. The Grove of Echoes proved to be less a traditional forest and more a gathering of ancient massive trees, spaced far enough apart that each stood in splendid isolation, yet close enough that they clearly formed a single community. Each tree was unique in its configuration, some towering straight toward the luminous sky, others spreading wide in elaborate branching patterns, some appearing almost architectural in their precise arrangements of limb and bough. All shared the silver bark he had noted earlier, but their foliage varied dramatically in color and form, creating a tapestry of muted silver, blue, and violet hues. These are not trees as Midgard knows them, Nastrond explained, noting Baldur's fascinated observation. They are more akin to embodied wisdom, perhaps. Each represents the accumulated experience and understanding of countless souls who have passed through Helheim. They do not grow from seed, but from realization. In the center of the grove stood the largest tree of all, a massive presence whose upper branches disappeared into low-hanging mist. At its base, partially embedded in the living wood, was a throne-like seat that appeared to have formed naturally rather than being carved. Seated upon this throne was a figure Baldur recognized immediately, though they had never met in life. Forseti, his own son, god of justice and reconciliation, who had somehow preceded his father into death's realm. The shock of this recognition must have shown on Baldur's face, for Nastrond quickly spoke. Time flows differently between realms, the guide reminded him gently. What seems like moments since your death may represent centuries in the world of the living. Forseti rose from his seat, his expression reflecting the same complex emotions that Baldur himself felt. Surprise, joy, sorrow, all tempered by the perspective that Helheim seemed to grant its inhabitants. He approached with measured steps, his form neither fully solid nor insubstantial, but existing in the same state of in-between that characterized all of Helheim's residents. "Father," he greeted Balder, his voice carrying the same resonant quality that all speech seemed to acquire in this realm. "Your arrival was foretold, though its timing remained uncertain." "My son," Balder responded, embracing him with a gesture that felt both familiar and strange in their new forms. "I did not expect to find you here before me." A smile touched Fossetti's features. "Nor did I expect it myself. The ways of fate are seldom what we anticipate." He gestured around at the grove. "I have found my place here, as keeper of memories and mediator of transitions. Those who struggle to accept their new existence often find their way to me. Like father, like son," Baldur observed, remembering Gro's prediction about his own potential role in Helheim. Fossetti nodded. "The essence of what we are persists beyond death, it seems. My affinity for justice and resolution found new expression here." He turned toward the central tree with its throne-like base. "The grove responds to those who sit beneath the world tree's echo. It shows not the future, for even here that remains unwritten, but possibility, potential, paths that might be walked." "The world tree's echo?" Balder questioned, studying the massive tree with new interest. "A reflection of Yggdrasil," Nasrond explained. "Not the tree itself, which spans all realms, but an echo of its essence within Helheim. It connects all parts of this realm, as the true world tree connects the 9 realms themselves." Fossetti gestured toward the throne. "Will you sit? The grove has awaited your arrival as eagerly as I have, I think." Balder hesitated only briefly before approaching the massive tree. Up close, its bark showed intricate patterns that seemed almost like writing in some ancient, forgotten language. The seat at its base welcomed him, as if designed specifically for his form. As he settled onto the throne, a profound stillness fell over the grove. The ambient sounds, subtle rustling of foliage, distant echoes of voices or music, faded to complete silence. Even the quality of light seemed to change, focusing more intensely around Balder while dimming elsewhere. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually he became aware of voices. Whispers at first, coming from everywhere and nowhere, speaking in languages both familiar and utterly foreign. The whispers grew, not in volume but in clarity, until he could distinguish individual voices among the multitude. "The bright one comes at last, the bridge between what was and what will be, bearer of light even in darkness. He who died and yet sees." The voices spoke not to him but about him, as if discussing his nature and potential without awareness of his presence. Some seemed to argue, others to agree, creating a complex tapestry of perspective and expectation that both confused and illuminated. Gradually, certain phrases began to repeat more frequently than others, emerging from the cacophony with increasing clarity. "Guide of the reluctant, mediator between memory and acceptance, light bringer to those lost in transition." With these phrases came images, visions of himself moving among newly arrived souls, his inherent radiance providing comfort to those struggling with the transition from life to death. He saw himself listening to their stories, helping them recognize the meaning in their completed lives and the potential in their new existence. He witnessed moments of profound realization as spirits under his guidance released their final attachments to the living world and embraced what Helheim offered. The visions shifted, showing him working alongside others, Forseti mediating more complex transitions, Groa providing wisdom from her vast experience, even Hela herself acknowledging his unique contribution to her realm's purpose. As suddenly as they had begun, the voices and visions faded, leaving Baldur once more aware of the grove around him. Forseti and Nastrond waited nearby, watching with expressions that suggested they understood something of what he had experienced. "The grove has spoken," Forseti said simply when Baldur rose from the throne. "Did it offer clarity?" Baldur nodded slowly, still processing the experience. "A path, at least. A beginning." He looked at his son with new understanding. "You found similar purpose here?" "Similar but distinct," Forseti confirmed. "Where you may guide those newly arrived, I help resolve the conflicts that sometimes arise among those long resident. Even in death, beings can disagree about interpretation, purpose, meaning. My affinity for justice serves well in such circumstances." Nastrond, who had remained silent during this exchange, now spoke. "The roles we find in Helheim often complement who we were in life, without merely replicating it. Transformation without complete reinvention." Baldur considered this wisdom, finding in it a profound comfort. The essence of who he had been, compassionate, illuminating, helpful, would continue, adapted to this new existence rather than erased by it. Death had changed his circumstances, but not destroyed his fundamental nature. "I am ready," he decided, the certainty of purpose filling him with a sense of rightness that had been absent since his arrival. "Show me where to begin." Forseti smiled, a genuine expression of pleasure that transcended the solemn atmosphere of Helheim. "There are always new arrivals at Yallabru who could benefit from guidance. Some refuse Nastrond's initial assistance, preferring isolation until the reality of their situation fully dawns on them. Others move directly to the Hall of Waiting, but struggle to find their place there." Nastrond nodded in agreement. "Your presence at such transitions might ease the path considerably. The light you still carry, adapted though it is to Helheim's nature, provides reassurance that death is not the end of all brightness." As they spoke, Baldur became aware of a subtle change in the grove around them. The trees seemed to lean slightly inward, their silver foliage rustling without wind, as if expressing approval of the decisions being made beneath their ancient boughs. "The grove concurs," Forseti observed, noticing the same phenomenon. "It responds to alignment between individual purpose and the greater needs of Helheim itself." With their course decided, the three figures moved together toward the path that would lead them back through the passages of reflection to Gjallabru and the shores of Gjall. As they walked, Baldur felt a growing sense of anticipation, not the anxious variety that had characterized his final days of life when prophecies of doom had swirled around him, but a patient, positive expectation of work worth doing and purpose worth fulfilling. Death, he realized, was indeed not an ending, but a transition, a crossing from one state of being to another, with its own challenges, meanings, and potential for growth. As he had crossed Gjall's physical waters, he now crossed a metaphorical river, from confusion to clarity, from loss to new beginning. In this understanding, Baldur found a peace deeper than any he had known in life. Whatever might come, even Ragnarok itself, he would face it with the quiet certainty that existence continued, evolved, transformed, but never truly ended. That was the final wisdom of Helheim, the truth at the heart of the river of quiet echoes, that even in death, purpose and meaning remained for those willing to embrace them. And so, Balder, once god of light and purity, now guide of souls and illuminator of death's path, continued his journey through Helheim's eternal expanse, carrying his adapted radiance into the quiet darkness, creating echoes that would resonate throughout the realm of the dead for ages to come. As Balder's radiance illuminated the quiet paths of Helheim, guiding souls toward acceptance of their new existence, the echoes of his journey rippled outward through the branches of Yggdrasil. The world tree, ancient and all-connecting, carried whispers of his tale through its vast network of roots and branches, spanning all 9 realms. The vibrations traveled upward from the depths where Helheim resided, passing through layers of existence, through Niflheim's primordial mists, through the rocky foundations of Svartalheim, beneath the fertile soils of Midgard. They continued their journey, these subtle reverberations of story and meaning, climbing ever higher through Yggdrasil's massive trunk. Yet not all tales flow upward toward light and revelation. Some stories burrow deeper, seeking the hidden places where secrets gather like fallen leaves. For while Balder found his purpose in the solemn halls of Helheim, other mysteries waited to be discovered in the shadowed realm, where Yggdrasil's roots plunged into the most ancient darkness. There, beneath the ash tree's massive foundations, where soil gives way to something older than Earth itself, whispers of a different kind stirred in the perpetual twilight. These were not the echoes of acceptance and transition that followed Balder's journey across Gjöll, but older murmurings, secrets kept by the roots themselves, stories older than many of the gods, wisdom hoarded in the deepest places of creation. Here, in this liminal space between worlds, another tale waits to unfold, one of hidden knowledge and ancient guardians, of seekers who dare to listen when the roots of Yggdrasil begin to speak. The mists of Niflheim part like gossamer curtains as the traveler descends further into the realm beneath Yggdrasil's lowest root. Here, where the world tree plunges deep into shadow and memory, the air hangs still and cool against the skin, not the biting cold of Jotunheim's glaciers, but the gentle chill of twilight that never quite surrenders to night nor brightens to dawn. Footsteps fall silent upon a carpet of ash-grey leaves, each step releasing the faintest scent of distant wood smoke and something sweeter, perhaps meadowsweet or lavender, though no blooms are visible in this monochrome landscape. The path had begun weeks ago, in truth, though Kari had not recognized it as such. First came the dreams, vivid impressions of wandering beneath strange trees while searching for something precious and unnamed. Then the ravens, 3 mornings in succession, perched on the roof of her cottage as if waiting for her to notice their vigilance. The old belief spoke of ravens as messengers between worlds, particularly those of Odin's realm, but Kari had tried to dismiss such omens as coincidence until the day she found the small, polished stone upon her doorstep, a stone marked with a rune she recognized from the Volva's teachings, Perthro, the rune of fate and mysteries, of things hidden that seek revelation. That night, she had stood beneath the stars, the marked stone clutched in her palm, and whispered a prayer to gods she had privately stopped believing would listen after they took her child. If there is a path, she murmured to the indifferent night sky, show me where it leads. The wind had shifted then, carrying the scent of frost and ancient soil, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf's howl rose and fell like a question seeking answer. The traveler, Kari, pulls her woolen cloak tighter around her shoulders, though the cold here is more memory than sensation. She had not intended to journey this far beneath the 9 realms, yet something calls to her, a whisper just beyond hearing, a name almost remembered but slipping away like water through cupped hands. For 3 nights in the mortal realm, the same dream had visited her. The image of a silver birch tree with roots that spiraled downward into darkness, and a child's voice singing a half-forgotten lullaby. Only in the realm of shadows shall truth be found, the village Volva had told her when Kari sought meaning in these dreams. What you seek lies in Hell's domain, where memory and spirit become one. The ancient seeress had given her a draught of herbs that tasted of earth and starlight, and instructions to lie among the roots of the oldest tree at the edge of the forest when the moon reached its zenith. Kari had followed these directions exactly, feeling the cool soil against her back, watching moonlight filter through branches overhead, until drowsiness overtook her senses. When she opened her eyes again, she was here, descending a path that seemed both eternally old and newly formed with each step she took. Ahead, the forest of ash-white trees thickens, their trunks rise like pale columns supporting an invisible ceiling, their branches reaching outward like fingers seeking to touch one another. From these branches hang leaves that seem more like fragments of parchment than living things, their edges curled and their surfaces etched with what might be runes or simply the natural patterns of decay. They fall occasionally, drifting downward with dreamlike slowness, landing without sound upon the ground where they join countless others. Kari pauses, uncertain which way to proceed. The path that led her here has vanished, replaced by countless possible routes between the spectral trees. As she hesitates, the air before her shimmers like heat rising from summer stones, coalescing into a figure small enough to be a child, but somehow ancient beyond reckoning. "You have come seeking," the figure says, its voice neither male nor female but reminiscent of wind through dry reeds. Its form remains indistinct, a suggestion of humanity rather than a solid presence. Few mortals journey willingly to the roots of the world tree. "I seek answers," Kari replies, surprised to find her voice steady in this unearthly place. "I have dreamed of this realm for 3 nights, and of a song I cannot quite remember." The figure tilts what must be its head, though the gesture is more impression than movement. Names and songs hold power here. To find what you seek, you must follow the echoes of what you once knew. It gestures with a translucent arm toward the depths of the forest. "The path is yours to discover, though I may guide you where memories grow thin." With these enigmatic words, the childlike spirit drifts backward, its form becoming even less substantial until it is merely a disturbance in the air, a ripple in reality that disappears among the trees. Yet Kari senses it has not truly gone, merely shifted beyond her immediate perception, watching with ageless patience. Left with little choice, she continues forward, choosing a path that feels right, though she could not explain why. The ground beneath her feet feels increasingly insubstantial, as if she walks not on earth, but on layers of dreams compressed into something that merely resembles solidity. The trees seem to shift positions when she looks away, creating new arrangements of trunk and branch that subtly alter her course. As she walks, Kari becomes aware of sounds at the very edge of hearing, whispers and fragments of conversation, laughter that might be joyful or mocking, and beneath it all the faint melody that haunted her dreams. The notes drift through the air like the falling leaves, incomplete and elusive, yet achingly familiar. Why does this song call to me? She wonders aloud, her words visible as faint mist in the cool air. Bell songs here are memories, comes a response, though the childlike spirit remains unseen. Someone sang this to you once, or perhaps you sang it to another. The path narrows as Kari continues forward, the ashen trees drawing closer on either side until their branches intertwine overhead, creating a canopy that filters the already diffuse light into patterns that shift and dance upon the ground. These moving shadows seem almost deliberately arranged, forming shapes that resemble runes or pictographs from the oldest stone carvings, images of birth and death, of passage between worlds, of bonds that connect the living and the dead. As she studies these fleeting symbols, Kali becomes aware of figures moving among the trees just beyond clear sight. Shapes that might be human or might be something else entirely. They move with purpose rather than menace, engaged in activities she cannot quite discern, though the impression of ritual and remembrance hangs heavy in the air. Who are they? She asks softly, not wishing to disturb whatever ceremony might be unfolding parallel to her path. The childlike spirit's voice comes from somewhere to her right, though Kari still cannot see its form among the pale trunks. The dwellers in Hell's realm are many and varied. Some are ancestors who feast in halls of memory until their spirits choose rebirth. Some are those who died before their time and linger until what would have been their natural end. Others are guardians and guides, tasked with maintaining the boundaries and passages between worlds. And the unnamed? Kari asks, thinking of her daughter's untethered spirit. Where did... A hesitation follows, brief but noticeable. They drift, the spirit finally answers, its voice tinged with what might be sadness or simply the natural melancholy of this in-between place. Without name or identity to anchor them, they cannot fully enter Hell's realm, nor find their way to halls of feasting or fields of rest. They cannot even form memories of what they were before, or might become after. They simply exist, caught between moments like insects in amber. The thought brings fresh pain to Kari's heart, sharper for the time that has passed since her loss. 5 winters of her daughter's spirit drifting without anchor or home, without even the comfort of memory or anticipation. 5 winters of existence without identity, without connection to the lineage that should have welcomed and protected her. It would be better never to have been born than to exist so, Kari murmurs, more to herself than to her invisible guide. Is that truly what you believe? The spirit's question holds no judgment, only genuine curiosity. That nothingness is preferable to even limited existence. The question catches Kari unprepared, forcing her to examine beliefs she has carried unquestioned since childhood. The old stories spoke of many afterlives, Valhalla for warriors who fell in glorious battle, Folkvanger for those gentle souls chosen by Freya, Hell's realm for most who died of age or illness, Helheim's deepest levels for oath-breakers and kinslayers. But what of those who barely crossed the threshold of life before retreating? What comfort did the old ways offer for such brief, fragile existences? I don't know, she admits finally. I was taught that a life without purpose or connection is no true life at all. But perhaps, she hesitates, reaching for concepts just beyond her grasp. Perhaps even an unnamed existence holds some value, some potential, if only someone remembers. As these words leave her lips, the melody that has haunted her dreams grows suddenly stronger, rising from whisper to clear song, though still without discernible source. It winds through the trees like visible sound, a silver thread that beckons her forward with renewed purpose. The forest opens suddenly into a small clearing, where the ashen trees form a perfect circle around a pool of still water. Unlike the monochrome landscape surrounding it, the pool gleams with a soft silver light that emanates not from its surface, but from somewhere far below. Kari approaches cautiously, drawn by an instinct older than conscious thought. Kneeling at the water's edge, she gazes into depths that should reflect her face, but instead show only swirling patterns of light and shadow. As she watches, these patterns begin to form images, fleeting glimpses of moments she recognizes from her own life, but viewed from outside herself, as if she were a witness rather than participant. There herself as a small child, seated beside a hearth fire, while an older woman, her grandmother, works wool with practiced hands. There, her first hunt, the excitement and terror of tracking a deer through dense forest, the weight of responsibility as she drew back her bow. There, her wedding day, the crown of flowers upon her head, her husband's face, young and unlined by the years of hardship that would follow. And there, a moment she has tried so hard to forget, standing beside a tiny grave as the first winter's snows began to fall, her arms empty of the child who had lived only long enough to draw a few breaths in the mortal world. Kari recoils from this last image, pain fresh as if the loss had occurred yesterday rather than 5 winters past. "Why show me this?" she demands of the silent forest. "I did not come to relive what cannot be changed." The surface of the pool ripples, though no wind disturbs the clearing, and the childlike spirit reappears at its edge, more visible now than before. Its features remain indistinct, but Kari can make out the suggestion of large eyes and a solemn expression. "In Hell's realm, nothing is forgotten," it says simply. "Here, memory is neither burden nor blessing, but simply truth. What you seek lies beyond acceptance of what has been. I have accepted my losses," Kari insists, though even to her own ears the words ring hollow. "I have performed all the proper rites, made offerings to the gods, returned to my life." "There is a difference," the spirit replies gently, "between continuing to live and truly accepting what has passed into shadow. Look again." As the spirit speaks, the forest around them seems to exhale, a collective breath that stirs the ashen leaves into brief, swirling patterns. Kari feels memory rising unbidden, the days after her loss, when she moved through life like a ghost herself, performing necessary tasks with mechanical precision while feeling nothing but the hollow space within her chest where joy had once resided. She had hung herbs to dry, tended her small garden, prepared meals for her husband, spoken the expected words to neighbors who offered condolences. From outside, perhaps it appeared she had returned to life. But in the quiet moments, when darkness pressed against the windows of their cottage and her husband's breathing had deepened into sleep beside her, Kari would lie awake, her hands pressed against her empty womb, reliving those few precious moments when she had held her daughter's too small form, counting fingers and toes that would never grasp or walk, memorizing features that would never change or grow. "I was afraid," Kari admits suddenly, the words surfacing from some deep, unexamined place. Afraid that giving her a name would make the loss more real, more permanent. As if, without a name, she existed in some twilight state, not fully born, not fully gone. She looks up at the childlike spirit, whose features seem to shift between sympathetic and impassive as light moves through the forest. Was that why she could not rest? Because I trapped her between worlds with my fear? Reluctantly, Kari returns her gaze to the pool. The painful image has faded, replaced by another she doesn't immediately recognize, a small bundle wrapped in a blanket she herself had woven during her pregnancy, held in arms she knows are her own, though her face remains outside the vision's frame. Her lips move in the reflection, singing words she cannot hear, but whose rhythm matches the elusive melody that has haunted her dreams. "You never sang the naming song," the spirit observes, its voice soft as falling leaves. The child passed to Hell's realm without a name to anchor its spirit. The revelation falls upon Kari like stones, each one a memory she had tried to bury beneath the soil of daily existence. She remembers now the chaos and grief of that day, how the birthing had come too early, how the midwife's face had fallen when the child emerged blue and struggling, how her grandmother, still alive then, her last year among the living, had insisted they could save the infant with swift action and the old ways. The memories flow faster now, unspooling like thread from a spindle. Her grandmother preparing herbs and warm compresses, murmuring incantations to Frigg and Ea. The midwife working with practiced hands to clear the child's mouth and nose. Kari herself drifting between consciousness and darkness, weakened by blood loss and the effort of bringing forth life too soon. She remembers her grandmother placing the swaddled infant in her arms, urging her to hold her daughter close to her heart. Speak to her, the old woman had insisted. Let her hear her mother's voice to guide her, whether she stays or goes. And Kari had tried, had whispered words of welcome and love, had hummed fragments of lullabies whose lyrics escaped her exhausted mind. But when the tiny form had grown still, despite all their efforts, when the midwife had gently taken the bundle from her arms, Kari had turned her face to the wall and surrendered to merciful unconsciousness. What followed were days of fever, her body fighting the infection that had perhaps precipitated the early birth. By the time she regained full awareness, the child had been prepared for burial, the small grave already dug at the edge of the village burial ground where unnamed infants and stillborn babes were traditionally laid to rest. Her husband had asked, voice rough with his own grief, if she wished to name the child before the final rites. Kari, still wrapped in the fog of fever and loss, had shaken her head. What use was a name for one who had never drawn proper breath, never opened eyes to the world? The thought had formed from pain rather than wisdom, a desperate attempt to minimize what could not be diminished. "I thought I was being practical," Ari whispers, the words barely disturbing the air around her. "But I was being a coward." The realization strikes Kari with physical force, driving breath from her lungs. It was true. Her daughter had been born too early, too fragile for the mortal world. In the shock and grief that followed, the naming ceremony had never been performed. According to the old beliefs, a soul without a name would wander lost between worlds, unable to find peace in life or death. "This is why I've been called here," Kari whispers, understanding blooming like the first spring flower after winter's retreat. "My child's spirit cannot rest without a name." The childlike spirit neither confirms nor denies this conclusion, merely gesturing toward a new path that has appeared at the far side of the clearing. Unlike the way she had come, this trail is marked by small stones that emit the same silver light as the pool, creating a luminous thread through the ashen forest. "Follow the path of remembrance," the spirit instructs. "It will lead you where you need to go." As Kari rises and approaches the new path, the spirit flickers like a candle flame in a sudden draft, then vanishes entirely. Yet the sense of being watched, of being guided, remains. She follows the glowing stones, aware that the forest around her grows both denser and somehow more transparent, as if the trees themselves are becoming memories of trees rather than solid forms. The melody grows stronger as she walks, no longer fragmentary but flowing in a continuous stream that seems to emanate from the path itself. Kari recognizes it now, a cradle song her own mother had sung to her, and her mother before that, passed down through generations of women in her family. Without conscious decision, she begins to hum along, then to sing the words that return to her lips as if they had never been forgotten. Sleep now, little one, beneath the watchful stars, safe in mother's arms till soul's golden light returns. Dream of Freya's meadows where flowers never fade. Dream of Odin's wisdom and tales yet to be told. Sleep now, little one, till shadows turn to dawn. Your name is written in my heart where it shall ever bloom. As the last note fades into the still air, Kari realizes the path has led her to another clearing. This one dominated by a single tree, unlike any she has seen before. It stands taller than its companions, its trunk the pale silver of moonlight on snow, its branches extending outward and upward like protective arms. Instead of the parchment-like leaves of the other trees, this one's branches are adorned with tiny stars that emit a gentle, pulsing light, in rhythm with the cradle song that still echoes in the clearing. Beneath this tree sits a figure that makes Kari's heart constrict with recognition and longing. Her grandmother, dead these 15 winters, appears exactly as Kari remembers her. Silver hair braided in the traditional style, hands never idle as they work a spindle of invisible thread. She looks up as Kari approaches, her weathered face breaking into the smile that had always made her stern features beautiful. "You have come a long way, child," the old woman says, her voice exactly as Kari remembers, like smooth stones polished by running water. "Sit with me a while." Kari moves forward as if in a dream, lowering herself to sit on the soft ground beside this impossible vision. "Grandmother," she manages, her voice thick with emotion. "Are you real, or merely a phantom of this place?" The old woman's laugh is startlingly genuine in this realm of whispers and half-truths. "What is real in a land of shadows? I am as real as memory allows me to be." She sets aside her ghostly spinning and fixes Kari with a penetrating gaze. "But you did not journey all this way to speak with an old woman long in her grave." "I didn't know why I came," Kari admits. "Only that dreams called me here, and a song I couldn't fully remember." Her grandmother nods as if this makes perfect sense. "The unfinished ritual drew you. A soul unbound by name cannot cross into hell's halls to feast with ancestors, nor can it return to be reborn in the world above. It drifts between, like mist that neither rises to become cloud nor settles as dew upon the earth." "My daughter," Kari whispers, giving voice to the understanding that has been growing within her since she gazed into the silver pool. "I never gave her a name. I thought, it wouldn't matter, as she had already left us. Names matter beyond life and death," her grandmother says, her tone gentle but firm. "They are how we recognize ourselves, and how others recognize us. In this world, and all others." "Can it be remedied?" Kari asks, hope and dread mingling in her chest. "Can I still give her a name after all this time?" The old woman's eyes grow distant, as if seeing beyond the clearing and its starry tree to some truth Kari cannot perceive. Hell's realm exists outside mortal time. Here, what has been and what might be flow together like tributaries joining a greater river. The question is not whether you can, but whether you are prepared for what follows. I am, Kari says without hesitation. Whatever it requires. Her grandmother studies her face for a long moment, then nods once, apparently satisfied by what she sees there. The forest knows why you have come. Look. She gestures toward the base of the starry tree, where the earth has begun to pulse with the same silver light as the pool in the previous clearing. As Kari watches, the light gathers intensity, coalescing into a small, distinct shape. At first, it appears to be merely another stone marking a path, but as it solidifies further, she recognizes the unmistakable form of an infant, curled as if in peaceful sleep. The sight brings her to her knees, a sound somewhere between a sob and a gasp escaping her lips. Is this... She cannot complete the question, overwhelmed by what she sees before her. A projection, a memory, an echo. Her grandmother replies, her own voice thick with emotion. In this place, the boundaries between such things mean little. What matters is that here, now, you may complete what was left unfinished. Kayan. Kari moves closer to the luminous child shape, scarcely daring to breathe. It appears so real she can almost believe she would feel warm skin and the rise and fall of breath if she were to reach out and touch it. Yet there is an ethereal quality to the vision that reminds her she kneels not in the mortal world, but in a realm where spirit and memory take physical form. What must I do? She asks, looking back at her grandmother for guidance. You know the ritual, the old woman replies. I taught it to your mother, who taught it to you. The words remain in your heart, even if they have been silent on your tongue. And Kari does know. The naming ceremony is one of the oldest traditions of her people, performed 9 days after a child's birth, when its grip on life is deemed secure enough to be recognized by gods and community alike. Words spoken beneath open sky, water from a sacred spring touched to forehead and lips, a name pronounced 3 times to root it firmly in the child's soul. Here, in this place beyond places, sky and sacred spring may be absent, but perhaps they are unnecessary. Perhaps intent and memory are enough, where the barriers between worlds grow thin. Slowly, reverently, Kari begins to speak the ancient words, surprised to find they flow from her lips without hesitation or error, as if she had performed this ceremony 100 times rather than merely witnessed it. From the void of Ginnungagap came all that is and all that shall be. From the meeting of fire and ice, of light and shadow, of breath and silence, life emerges to weave its thread into the tapestry of worlds. As she speaks, the air around them thickens, gathering weight and presence, until it feels as if an audience of countless unseen witnesses surrounds them. The starry tree's light intensifies, its tiny celestial fruits pulsing in harmony with her words. I call upon the ancient powers to witness this naming, Kari continues, her voice growing stronger. Upon Frigg, who knows the fate of all but speaks it not. Upon Freya, in whose meadows the worthy find rest. Upon Sol, whose light nourishes all living things. The luminous form before her seems to grow more distinct, features becoming visible where before there was only suggestion, tiny fingers curled into fists, the curve of rounded cheeks, eyelids closed in peaceful slumber. Kari removes her cloak and spreads it on the ground, then gently, carefully, lifts the glowing child, shape, and places it on this makeshift cradle. The sensation is strange, not quite solid, yet possessing weight and substance, like holding a vessel filled with light. Please, I name you Lif, she pronounces, the name rising from some deep well of certainty within her. For you are life, even beyond death. I name you Lif that you may be known to yourself and to all who meet you in any realm. I name you Lif, daughter of Kari, descendant of a line unbroken since the first dawn. With each repetition of the name, the child's luminescence shifts, becoming less ethereal and more defined, though still composed more of light than flesh. Kari feels tears tracking down her cheeks, but they are not the bitter tears of grief that have been her companions these past seasons. These fall warm and cleansing, like spring rain that awakens dormant seeds. She becomes aware that she is no longer alone with her grandmother and the newly named child. The childlike spirit that first greeted her in this realm has reappeared, now standing at the edge of the clearing. But unlike before, its form has gained definition. It appears now as a young girl of perhaps 4 or 5 winters, with features that strike Kari with the force of recognition. Her own eyes, her husband's nose, and determined chin. This is how she would have looked, her grandmother says softly, following Kari's gaze, had she grown in the world above. The spirit child approaches slowly, moving with the deliberate care of someone crossing a stream on stepping stones. When she reaches the place where Kari kneels beside the infant form, she extends a small hand to touch the glowing bundle. "Sister," she says, the word both statement and question. Kari looks to her grandmother in confusion. "I don't understand. I lost only one child." The old woman's expression turns complicated, compassion mingled with some deeper knowledge that shadows her eyes. "Time moves differently here, as I told you. What has been and what might be flow together. This spirit has never lived in your world, yet exists here as possibility. The child you might have borne had grief not closed your heart to new life." The revelation leaves Kari breathless, her mind struggling to comprehend what her grandmother suggests. A second child, one never conceived because she had withdrawn from her husband in sorrow, focused only on what was lost rather than what might still be found. The spirit child seems untroubled by these complex implications. She continues to gaze at the infant with undisguised fascination. "I will show her the paths," she announces with childlike certainty, "when she is ready to journey." "Journey where?" Kari asks, looking between the luminous infant, the spirit child, and her grandmother. "To the halls of hell, where she will feast with ancestors until the time comes for rebirth," her grandmother explains. "Or perhaps to Folkvanger, where Freya welcomes those of gentle spirit. The choice will be hers, now that she carries a name." The spirit child nods solemnly in agreement. "Names are maps," she says, with the peculiar wisdom children sometimes possess. "Without one, you cannot find your way home, nor can others find you." Kari reaches out hesitantly toward this apparition of what might have been. To her surprise, her fingers make contact with what feels like actual flesh, cool but undeniably present. The spirit child accepts this touch without comment, as if being reached across worlds is an everyday occurrence. "Will I see you again?" Kari asks, uncertain whether she addresses the infant, the spirit child, or both. "It depends," her grandmother answers instead, "on whether you choose to remember or to forget when you return to the world above." "I don't wish to forget," Kari insists. "These memories are precious, even in their sorrow." Her grandmother smiles, the expression transforming her features into the loving face Kari remembers from earliest childhood. There is wisdom in that choice. Memory keeps doors between worlds from closing completely. She reaches out to touch Kari's forehead in blessing. But now, child, your time in this realm grows short. The naming is complete. The unfinished ritual has found its conclusion. As if summoned by these words, the forest around them begins to shift. The ashen trees seem to recede, their trunks becoming transparent, revealing glimpses of other landscapes beyond. Sunlit meadows, towering mountains, stormy seas. Only the starry tree remains solid and unchanging. Its light a constant against the dissolving scenery. What's happening? Kari asks, though she suspects she already knows the answer. The forest returns you to your world, the spirit child explains, her voice calm and matter-of-fact. Dreams cannot last beyond waking. The infant form of life has begun to change as well, its glow intensifying until looking directly at it becomes difficult. Within this radiance, Kari glimpses movement, tiny hands reaching upward, eyes opening to reveal irises the color of twilight sky. And see? She sees you, her grandmother says softly. She knows her mother and her name. That knowledge will travel with her, wherever her spirit journeys next. Tears flow freely down Kari's face now, but she makes no move to wipe them away. Will she be born again? Will I know her if she returns to the world? Her grandmother's expression turns gentle. Such knowledge is not granted, even to those who dwell in hell's realm. But connections of the heart are not easily severed, in this world or any other. What is truly loved leaves an imprint that transcends death and birth alike. The dissolving forest accelerates its transformation, patches of familiar landscape appearing with greater frequency between the vanishing trees. Kari recognizes the ancient oak at the edge of her village, its roots exactly where she had lain down to drink the Volva's potion. The mortal world calls her back with increasing urgency. I'm not ready, she protests, though she can feel her consciousness already beginning to shift, to rise toward waking. The spirit child approaches, standing directly before Kari with solemn eyes, too wise for her apparent age. You were brave to come, she says, brave to remember, brave to name. The roots remember courage. She leans forward and places a kiss on Kari's forehead, her touch cool as starlight. Listen for us in the wind, watch for us in dreams. We will be waiting, her grandmother adds, her form beginning to fade into transparency like the trees around them. When your time comes to cross between worlds once more, the infant life gives one final pulse of brilliant light, so intense that Kari must close her eyes against it. When she opens them again, she feels cool moss beneath her back and sees dappled sunlight filtering through the branches of the ancient oak tree. Morning has come to the mortal world, dew glistening on grass and leaf like scattered diamonds. Kari sits up slowly, her body stiff, as if she has truly walked for hours rather than lain dreaming beneath the tree. Yet she knows immediately that what she experienced was more than ordinary dream. The certainty sits in her chest like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of understanding outward through her being. She had journeyed to the roots of Yggdrasil, to the borders of Hell's realm where memory and spirit intertwine. She had given her daughter a name, life, completing the ritual left unfinished in the mortal world. And in doing so, she had glimpsed not only what was lost, but what might yet be found. Rising to her feet, Kari brushes leaves and moss from her clothing. The village lies just beyond the next rise, smoke from morning fires already rising toward a sky washed clean by night. Her husband will be awake by now, perhaps wondering at her absence, though she had left word with a neighbor that she sought the Vulva's counsel for a private matter. As she begins the walk homeward, Kari becomes aware of something clutched in her right hand. Opening her fingers, she finds a single leaf unlike any she has seen in the forests near her village. Pale as bone, delicate as parchment, yet somehow unbreakable when she tests its strength between her fingers. Its surface bears intricate patterns that might be natural veining or might be runes, depending on how the light catches them. A token from the ashen forest, proof that her journey was no mere fantasy. Kari tucks this treasure carefully into the pouch at her belt. There will be time later to create a proper reliquary for it, perhaps a small wooden box carved with protective symbols. For now, it is enough to carry this fragment of another realm close to her heart as she returns to the rhythms and responsibilities of mortal life. The path home seems shorter than usual, or perhaps it is merely that Kari's steps have gained new purpose. The weight of unresolved grief that has bent her shoulders these past seasons feels transformed, not absent, for loss leaves its mark in ways that can never be fully erased, but transmuted into something that strengthens rather than diminishes. As she crests the final rise and sees her village spread before her in the morning light, Kari finds herself humming the cradle song that had guided her through the ashen forest. The melody feels different on her tongue now, no longer a source of pain, but a thread connecting worlds, a reminder that some bonds transcend the boundaries between life and death. At the edge of the village, she pauses, looking back toward the ancient oak now hidden behind the slope she has descended. For an instant, she thinks she sees two figures standing beneath its spreading branches, a woman with silver hair and the small form of a child. But when she blinks, there is only the tree, solid and unchanged for generations. "Until we meet again," Kari whispers, the words carried away by a breeze that smells faintly of wood smoke and something sweeter, perhaps meadowsweet or lavender. Then she turns and walks the final distance to her home, where, for the first time in too long, she will speak to her husband of future possibilities rather than past sorrows. Life continues its spiral through seasons of darkness and light. What was broken can never be made exactly whole again, but there are many kinds of wholeness, and some can only be discovered after passing through shadow. In the coming nights, Kari will dream of an ashen forest where a child named Lif walks hand in hand with a sister who might yet be born into the world above. She will wake from these dreams not with tears but with a sense of peace, of boundaries crossed and healing found in the spaces between worlds, where memory and hope intertwine like the roots of Yggdrasil itself. The seasons will turn as they always have, summer surrendering to autumn's golden embrace, autumn yielding to winter's crystalline grip, winter relenting to spring's persistent awakening. With each passing moon, Kari will find herself more fully present in the world of the living, rediscovering joys she had thought lost forever, the satisfaction of bread baked to perfect golden brown, the comfort of her husband's calloused hand wrapped around her own, the simple pleasure of watching clouds form and dissolve against the vast blue canvas of sky. When the anniversary of her journey to the ashen forest arrives, marked by the first snowfall of winter, Kari will return to the ancient oak tree at the edge of the village. She will bring with her a small wooden box, lovingly carved with protective runes and symbols of rebirth. Inside rests the pale leaf from Hell's realm, preserved unchanged despite the passing of seasons, and beside it, a lock of her own hair and a tiny cup of mead, offerings to those who dwell between worlds. The village Volva will find her there at twilight, the old seeress's eyes knowing as she observes the careful placement of the box among the oak's massive roots. No words will pass between them, but understanding flows nevertheless. Acknowledgement of thresholds crossed and wisdom earned. That night, as Kari sleeps beside her husband beneath furs and woolen blankets, snow will continue to fall outside their cottage, transforming the familiar landscape into something new and unmarked. And in her dreams, she will once more walk the paths between worlds, this time not as supplicant or seeker, but as honored guest. The ashen forest will welcome her with whispers of recognition, its pale trees bowing slightly as she passes. The childlike spirit, now clearly recognizable as the daughter who might yet be born, will skip beside her, leading the way to a clearing Kari has not seen before. Here, beneath a dome of stars brighter and more numerous than any visible from Midgard, a long table stretches laden with feast foods and surrounded by figures of all ages. At the head of this table sits her grandmother, silver hair elaborately braided and adorned with gleaming ornaments. Beside her, in a chair raised to accommodate her small stature, sits Lif, no longer an infant, but a child of perhaps 3 winters, her eyes bright with recognition as Kari approaches. "Mother," the child will greet her, the word both familiar and strange on such young lips. "You have returned as promised," and there at the table of ancestors, neither fully in the world of the living nor completely surrendered to death, Kari will celebrate the connections that transcend ordinary boundaries of existence. She will listen to stories of those who came before her and those who might follow, will share mead from cups that never empty, and will add her voice to songs older than memory itself. When dawn approaches in the world above, the feast will draw to its natural close. Her grandmother will rise from her place, coming to embrace Kari with arms that feel surprisingly solid in this realm of spirits and memory. "You have done well," the old woman will tell her, pride evident in her voice. "The healing you have found is not just for yourself or for your children, but for our entire lineage. What was broken now mends." Life will approach then, taking Kari's hand in her small one. "I cannot go with you yet," she will explain with that same uncanny wisdom. "My place is here until the wheel turns again, but I am no longer lost." Understanding that this is both farewell and promise, Kari will kneel to embrace her daughter properly, memorizing the feel of small arms around her neck, the scent of star-kissed hair, the weight and warmth of the child against her heart. "Until we meet again," she will whisper, echoing words spoken months before at the edge of her village. "Until we meet again," Lif will confirm, stepping back to stand beside her great-grandmother as the ashen forest begins its now familiar dissolution, reality blurring around the edges as Kari's consciousness rises toward waking. When she opens her eyes to morning light filtering through frost-covered windows, the memory of the dream will remain vivid and complete, lacking the fragmentation that usually accompanies the transition from sleep to wakefulness. Beside her, her husband still slumbers, his breathing deep and even, his face relaxed in ways she has not seen since before their loss. Without waking him, Kari will rise and move to the small shrine in the corner of their main room, where she has maintained a modest fire through the night in honor of ancestors and household spirits. To the flickering flames she will add a pinch of dried lavender and a drop of honey, offerings to those who dwell between worlds. "Thank you," She will whisper to beings both seen and unseen, her words carrying the weight of profound understanding. For what was, what is, and what may yet be. In the months that follow, as winter gives way to spring's first tentative stirrings, Kari's body will begin its own renewal. The seed planted during her husband's loving embraces takes root and grows, nurtured by a heart now healed enough to welcome new life without fear or reservation. When she shares the news with him, his joy will be tempered by cautious concern, memories of past sorrow still fresh for them both. This child will have its own path, Kari will reassure him, her hand resting protectively over the still flat plain of her stomach, where new life has just begun its journey. And we will walk beside it for as long as the gods allow, whether that be days or decades. As her belly swells with the passing moons, Kari will continue her quiet rituals of remembrance, maintaining the delicate balance between honoring what was lost and embracing what has been given. She will speak often to the growing life within her, telling stories of ancestors and spirits, of the world tree in its many realms, of an older sister named Life, who dwells in a forest of ash and starlight, waiting for her proper time. And when the summer solstice brings the longest day of the year, Kari will give birth to a daughter, with eyes blue as twilight sky, and a birthmark on her shoulder shaped like an ash leaf. When the midwife places the squalling infant in her arms, Kari will feel a sense of completion that transcends ordinary joy, the closing of a circle begun in sorrow and completed in hope. 9 days later, with the entire village gathered to witness, she and her husband will perform the naming ceremony beneath open sky, water from a sacred spring touching forehead and lips, ancient words spoken with perfect clarity. I name you Embla, Kari will pronounce 3 times, the name rising from the same well of certainty that gave life her identity. For you are born of ash and earth, of memory and promise. The name echoes that of the first woman in the old creation stories, formed by the gods from an ash tree by the shore. A beginning that follows ending, hope that grows from loss. The gathered villagers will murmur approval, but Kari's attention will be drawn to the edges of the crowd, where, just for a moment, she glimpses 2 figures watching with unmistakable joy. An old woman with silver-braided hair, and a small child whose features mirror those of the infant in her arms. They raise their hands in blessing before fading into the summer haze, returning to the realm where they wait and watch. That night, as her husband sleeps and newborn Embla nurses contentedly at her breast, Kari will look toward the window, where stars glimmer against the velvet darkness. The boundaries between worlds seem especially thin in such quiet moments, when most of humanity sleeps, and dreams form bridges across otherwise impassable chasms. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between dusk and true darkness, she will sing the ancient cradle song and feel, in the deepest chambers of her heart, that somewhere beyond mortal hearing, 2 small voices join in harmony with her own, one that will someday join her in the world above, and one that waits patiently among the whispers beneath the ashen roots. As the final notes of Kari's lullaby fade into the stillness of night, her story settles into the great tapestry of Norse legends, one thread among countless others woven through the fabric of Yggdrasil's mighty branches. The world tree connects all tales, all lives, all realms in its endless embrace. while some stories unfold in hushed whispers beneath ashen roots where memory and spirit commune. Others crash through the 9 realms with the force of summer storm. The same stars that witnessed Kari's journey to name her daughter now turn their ancient gaze toward Asgard, where golden light perpetually bathes the realm of the Aesir. Here, in chambers befitting the mightiest of gods, another tale begins to unfold, one of fire against thunder, of protection against destruction, of a defender standing between innocent lands and chaotic forces that seek to consume them. For while Midgard's quiet places hold personal quests of healing and remembrance, its open fields and villages also require protection from threats beyond mortal comprehension. The same world tree that shelters gentle spirits beneath its roots also trembles when giants walk the realms with destruction in their wake. Now the mists of story shift, drawing our attention from the intimate grief of a single mother to the thunderous might of Asgard's greatest champion, from whispered naming ceremonies in twilight groves to hammer blows that crack the very sky, from the patient healing of personal wounds to the urgent defense of lands under siege. Sleep deepens as our journey continues, carrying us from the realm of shadows into a landscape of blazing light and crackling power, where the feud of fire and thunder awaits. The winter wind howled across the northern plains, carrying with it flurries of snow that danced and swirled like spectral figures in the fading twilight. Ancient pines stood sentinel at the forest's edge, their needled branches heavy with frost that sparkled in the last remnants of daylight. The air held the crisp, clean scent of winter, a purity that cleansed the lungs and cleared the mind, preparing it for contemplation of matters beyond the ordinary. Kari stood at the edge of the ancient forest, his weathered face turned toward the darkening horizon. The leather of his traveling cloak creaked softly as he adjusted the provisions strapped to his bag. Enough for the journey ahead, though where he traveled, mortal sustenance would eventually become meaningless. The weight of his small possessions felt comforting against his shoulders, a final connection to the tangible world he would soon leave behind, if only temporarily. Behind him lay the village where he had spent most of his 70 winters. Smoke rising from stone hearths, the distant sounds of evening activities filtering through the still air. Children being called in for supper, woodcutters returning with their final loads before nightfall, the blacksmith's hammer falling silent as work gave way to rest. Ordinary sounds of life continuing its measured pace, oblivious to one old man's extraordinary journey. He had lived a long life by the standards of his people, seen the births of grandchildren, buried a wife and 2 sons taken by fever, survived 3 wars and countless raids. The silver streaking his once red beard had been earned through decades of hardship and moments of joy alike. His hands, now gnarled like ancient oak roots, had once wielded sword and axe with renowned skill, had cradled newborn children with surprising gentleness, had built homes and boats and carved intricate designs that still adorned the mead hall's supporting pillars. Those same hands now showed the blue veins prominent beneath thin skin, a map of rivers leading toward life's final shore. His eyes, still clear and grey as northern skies, had witnessed the rise and fall of chieftains, the changing of seasons across 7 decades, the small daily miracles that the young often overlooked in their rush toward adulthood and glory. Now, as the cold season descended once more upon the land, he felt the familiar ache in his bones, the tightness in his chest that never quite eased anymore. Each breath in the frigid air came with greater effort than the last, and sleep visited less frequently with each passing night. The village healer, a woman half his age yet wise beyond her years in the ways of herbs and poultices, had spoken in hushed tones with his daughter, words not meant for his ears but heard nonetheless. Another winter would likely claim him. Rather than wait for that inevitable night, when breath would grow shallow and finally cease, Kari had chosen a different path. If death approached, he would meet it on his feet, with purpose rather than resignation, not to challenge or escape his fate. He was too wise for such foolishness, but to understand it, to see with living eyes what awaited beyond the final threshold. The road to Helheim is not meant for the living, the old Volva had warned when he sought her wisdom. Her blind eyes had seemed to look through him, past flesh and bone, to the determination that had taken root in his heart. But for one who walks willingly and with respect, perhaps passage may be granted. Seek the hollow beneath the great ash, where 3 roots meet above a spring of darkest water. Begin your descent at moonrise, when the barrier between worlds grows thin. Now, standing at the appointed place as the full moon crested the jagged mountains to the east, Kari felt neither fear nor doubt, only a profound certainty. The ancient ash tree loomed above him, its massive trunk splitting into 3 great roots that plunged into the earth, creating a natural archway over a pool of water so still and dark it resembled a mirror of polished obsidian. "I seek passage to the realm below," Kari spoke into the silence, his voice steady despite the weight of his purpose. Not to cheat death or steal from its kingdom, but to witness and understand what awaits us all. For several heartbeats, nothing changed. The wind continued its mournful song through bare branches, and moonlight glittered on undisturbed snow. Then, slowly, the surface of the dark pool began to ripple, though no breeze disturbed it. The ripples grew stronger, concentric circles spreading outward until the entire pool seemed to vibrate with unseen energy. From its center, a faint glow emerged. Not the warm yellow of fire or the harsh white of lightning, but a cool, bluish luminescence that cast strange shadows against the surrounding trees. The glow intensified, rising from the water like mist given substance, forming a narrow pathway that extended from the bank where Kerry stood down into the depths of the pool itself. Without hesitation, Kari stepped onto this ghostly bridge. It held his weight, though it appeared insubstantial as morning fog. Each step carried him further from the world of the living, deeper into the space between realms. The sounds of the forest wind through branches, distant wolf calls, the crunch of snow beneath boots, faded gradually until only silence remained, broken solely by the rhythm of his breathing and the steady beat of his heart. The path descended, gently at first, then more steeply. The moonlit forest above disappeared from view, replaced by a perfect darkness that should have been impenetrable, yet somehow remained navigable. Kare realized he could see without light, not clearly, but well enough to follow the path as it wound downward in a gentle spiral. This darkness was unlike any he had experienced in the living world. Not merely the absence of light, but something with texture and depth. It seemed almost alive, responding to his presence with subtle shifts and currents like deep water. Occasionally he passed through pockets of varying temperature, some cool as autumn evenings, others carrying the lingering warmth of remembered summers. Strange formations lined the path as he descended deeper, not stalactites or stalagmites as might be found in ordinary caves, but crystalline structures that hummed faintly when he passed, emanating tones just at the threshold of hearing. These formations grew more complex as he continued downward, sometimes resembling familiar objects or beings, before dissolving back into abstract shapes when viewed directly. At one point, The path widened into a small chamber where water dripped from unseen heights above, collecting in a pool so still it resembled black glass. Kari paused here briefly, watching as each droplet created perfect concentric circles that expanded outward before disappearing at the pool's edge. The rhythm of these drops seemed purposeful, almost like the beating of a great, slow heart deep within the earth itself. Time lost meaning in this in-between place. Kari could not have said whether he walked for hours or days. He felt neither hunger nor thirst, though occasionally he paused to take small sips from his water skin out of habit rather than necessity. The air grew neither warmer nor colder, but its quality changed subtly, becoming still and heavy, like the atmosphere before a storm, but without the electric anticipation of lightning. Eventually, the path leveled. Ahead, Kari could perceive a vast open space, the darkness less absolute, illuminated by what appeared to be distant pale lights. As he advanced, these lights resolved into lanterns hanging from high stone arches, flames that burned with a silvery blue radiance unlike any earthly fire. He had reached the outskirts of Helheim. Unlike the tales told around hearth fires of a realm of suffering and horror, this place possessed a solemn beauty. The ground beneath his feet was neither earth nor stone, but something in between, smooth and slightly yielding like packed sand after rain. Above, no sky was visible, only a vast ceiling of what appeared to be living root systems, massive wooden arteries spreading in complex patterns, occasionally dripping clear water that collected in small, perfectly round pools. Kari followed a wide avenue lined with these soul flame lanterns. On either side stood structures that defied simple description. Not buildings as mortals constructed them, but spaces that seemed formed from the very substance of this underworld. Some resembled great halls with columns of polished black stone. Others appeared as simple cottages wreathed in pale mist, while still others took shapes that human architecture could never achieve, spiraling formations that seemed both solid and fluid simultaneously. Shadowy figures moved among these structures, the dead. Kari realized with a start that contained more wonder than fear. They paid him little attention, though occasionally one would turn toward him with mild curiosity before continuing on their way. These spirits retained human form, but appeared somewhat translucent, like smoke given the memory of flesh. They moved with purpose, but without haste, as if time held no urgency in this place. Some spirits appeared more substantial than others. Those recently arrived, perhaps, still carrying stronger connections to their physical existence. Others were faint outlines, their features softened by whatever transformative process occurred in this realm over centuries. Yet all maintained a distinct individuality, unique in their movements and manner. Kari observed how they interacted. Some traveled in groups engaged in silent communion, while others moved alone in peaceful solitude. None showed signs of suffering or distress. Rather, they emanated a quiet contentment, a sense of rightness in their current state that contrasted sharply with the fearful tales told of Helheim by those who had never glimpsed its reality. What struck him most was the diversity among them. People of all ages and apparent origins shared this space without division or hierarchy. A child spirit with flowing golden hair played some silent game beside an ancient man whose translucent form bore the markings and garb of distant lands Kari had only heard described by traders. A woman wearing armor reminiscent of styles centuries old walked in companionable silence beside a youth dressed in the manner of neighboring tribes. Death, it seemed, dissolved the boundaries that separated people in life. creating a community unified by their shared transition rather than divided by their differences. As he continued along the avenue, Carrie noticed how some spirits tended gardens of strange phosphorescent plants that grew without sunlight, their pale blue and silver leaves responding to touch with gentle waves of luminescence. Others appeared engaged in crafts without physical materials, their hands moving in precise patterns that created ephemeral designs in the air around them, beautiful geometric forms that lingered briefly before dissolving like frost under morning sun. Ahead, at what appeared to be the center of this vast underworld city, rose a structure that dwarfed all others. Eludnir, Kari thought, recalling ancient poems recited by skalds in mead halls. Hell's own palace, where she ruled the quiet kingdom of the dead. Unlike Valhalla's golden splendor or Folkvanger's flowered meadows, Eldudnir was built of darkness-given form, obsidian walls that rose in elegant arches, windows that glowed with the same pale blue light as the lanterns, and massive doors carved from what appeared to be the heartwood of an impossibly ancient tree. As Kari approached these doors, he noticed two figures standing sentinel on either side. Not human spirits these, but massive hounds with fur black as moonless nights and eyes that gleamed with intelligent awareness. Garmar, guardian of Helheim's gates, in duplicate, or perhaps twins, of the same mythic beast. Kari stopped at a respectful distance, then slowly removed his weapons, a simple short sword and eating knife, and placed them on the ground before him. "I come unarmed in peace and respect," he announced, his voice sounding strangely muffled in the still air of Helheim. "I seek audience with the lady of this realm, not to challenge or demand, but to witness and understand." The hounds regarded him silently, making no move either to block his path or to welcome him forward. Then, without sound or visible movement, the great doors began to open inward, revealing a corridor beyond. Taking this as permission to enter, Kari bowed deeply to the guardian beasts and proceeded through the doorway, leaving his weapons behind. The corridor stretched before him, illuminated by more of the soul flame lanterns that cast their gentle blue light across walls of polished stone. The floor beneath his feet was inlaid with intricate patterns in silver and darker materials that seemed to shift slightly as he walked, creating the unsettling impression that the very path responded to his presence. The air here carried a scent he couldn't quite identify, not unpleasant, but utterly foreign, like herbs that grew only in this sunless realm. The walls themselves seemed to tell stories. As Kari moved deeper into Elginir, he noticed that what he had first taken for random patterns in the stone were actually elaborate murals depicting scenes from the Nine Realms. Unlike the heroic battle scenes that decorated the halls of chieftains above, these images captured quieter moments. A farmer surveying fields at dusk, children discovering a nest of fledgling birds, two elders sharing memories beside a fire. Interspersed among these recognizable human experiences were depictions of events beyond mortal understanding. The formation of stars, the birth of mountains, the ancient meeting of fire and ice that first created life according to the oldest myths. The craftsmanship surpassed anything Kari had seen in the living world. The figures seemed almost to breathe, their expressions captured with such delicacy and insight that he felt he might know their thoughts if he studied them long enough. Colors impossible to name shifted across these scenes, suggesting depths of meaning beyond what eyes alone could perceive. At intervals along the corridor stood small alcoves containing objects that appeared to be offerings or memorials. In one, a collection of children's wooden toys arranged in careful patterns. In another, weapons broken or bent as if to symbolize the end of their purpose. In a third, simple items of everyday life. Combs, spindles, cooking implements, preserved in perfect condition. Kari understood instinctively that these represented aspects of mortal existence, honored here in the realm where such physical tools were no longer needed. Occasionally, the corridor widened into circular chambers where the ceiling rose into darkness too deep for even the blue lanterns to illuminate. In these spaces, the air felt particularly charged with quiet energy, and Kari sensed he was passing through important junctions within Elginir's complex architecture. The sound of the distant music grew more distinct in these chambers, joined briefly by what might have been voices singing in harmony, so perfect it transcended the need for words. As he advanced deeper into Elginir, Kari became aware of sound for the first time since entering Helheim. A soft melody played on some stringed instrument, haunting in its simplicity. The notes hung in the air like delicate crystals, neither joyful nor mournful, but existing in some emotional space between the two. The corridor widened gradually until it opened into a vast hall that took Kari's breath away. The ceiling soared upward, supported by columns of intertwined stone and wood that resembled the trunks of ancient trees, fossilized in perfect preservation. Between these columns hung tapestries woven from material that seemed to capture and reflect light, depicting scenes not of battle or conquest, but of quiet moments. A mother cradling a child, an old man watching sunset, a pair of lovers beneath a flowering tree, a hunter returning home. The common thread binding these images was their peacefulness, their ordinary beauty. Soul flame lanterns floated freely here, suspended by no visible means, drifting slowly through the air like jellyfish in deep ocean currents. Their light revealed a floor paved with stones of varying darkness, obsidian, onyx, jet, and others Kari could not name, arranged in spiraling patterns that drew the eye inward toward the center of this magnificent space. And there, seated upon a throne that appeared carved from a single massive piece of heartwood, was Hel herself. The goddess of the underworld defied the crude descriptions Kari had heard throughout his life. She was neither monster nor maiden, but something far more profound, a study in perfect duality. The right side of her form was that of a woman of extraordinary beauty, with skin pale as winter moonlight, features delicate yet strong, her eye clear and piercing. The left side, however, revealed the truth that lay beneath all living flesh. Bloodless and skeletal, the bones visible beneath translucent skin. The eye in this half of her face, a deep well of darkness, flecked with distant stars. Her gown flowed around her like liquid shadow, pooling on the dais that elevated her throne slightly above the hall's floor. Upon her head rested a crown fashioned from silver branches, intertwined with what appeared to be preserved roots, creating a complex circlet that caught the blue light in surprising ways. Beside the throne lay another guardian hound, larger than those at the entrance, its massive head resting on enormous paws. One of its eyes reflected the soul flame light. The other was milky white and sightless. Like its mistress, the beast embodied the meeting of life and death in single form. Kari approached slowly, his footsteps echoing softly in the vast space. When he had come within what felt a respectful distance, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head. "Lady of Helheim," he spoke, his voice steady despite the awe filling his chest. "I thank you for granting me entrance to your realm. I am Kari Thorvaldsson, and I come seeking neither favor nor escape from fate, but understanding of what awaits us all." For several heartbeats, silence held the hall. Then came a voice unlike any Kari had heard in the world above, low and melodious, yet with an underlying resonance that seemed to vibrate through bone rather than air. "Rise, Kari Thorvaldsson, and approach," Hel commanded, though her tone carried no harshness. "Few living souls seek my halls willingly, and fewer still come with respect rather than desperation. Your courage grants you audience." Kari rose and stepped forward until he stood directly before the dais. From this closer vantage, he could see that Hel's throne was not merely carved, but alive in some indefinable way. The wood grain shifted subtly like slow-flowing water, and what he had taken for decorative elements were actually intricate runes that glowed faintly from within. "You seek understanding," Hel continued, studying him with her mismatched eyes. "Yet understanding cannot be given like bread or mead. It must be earned through exchange. Are you willing to answer truthfully what I ask before receiving what you seek?" "I am, lady," Kari replied without hesitation. Hel's expression, half serene beauty, half eternal grimace, remained unchanged, yet something in her manner suggested approval. "Then tell me first, why do you not fear me, as most mortals do? I sense caution in you, proper respect, but not the terror that usually accompanies mortal thoughts of death." Kari considered the question carefully before answering. "I have walked alongside death throughout my life, lady. I have seen it take form in battlefield and sickbed alike. What I feared was never death itself, but dying without purpose or understanding. The unknown breeds fear, and so I have come to make the unknown known, at least to my own heart." A sound like distant wind through winter branches might have been Hel's version of thoughtful acknowledgement. "And what of those you left behind? Do you not fear the grief your chosen journey brings them?" This question struck closer to Kari's heart, and he felt a tightening in his chest that had nothing to do with his aging body. "My daughter knows I go to meet what approaches regardless. Better to face it standing than waiting for it to claim me in my sleep. She has her children, her strong husband. Their grief will come whether I wait passively or seek actively." He paused, then added with complete honesty, "Though, yes, I feel the weight of their coming sorrow and carry it with me." The goddess nodded slightly, the movement causing the shadows across her face to shift in fascinating patterns. "Honesty serves you well here, where little else from the living world holds power." She leaned forward slightly, both eyes, one living, one dead, fixed intently upon him. "Final question, mortal. What do you believe awaits beyond death that you journey so far to glimpse it?" This, Kari realized, was the true heart of his quest, exposed by Hel's piercing inquiry. He had traveled physically to Helheim, yet the greater journey had been internal, confronting this question that haunted all living beings. "I believe," he began slowly, choosing each word with care, "that death is not ending but transformation, not reward or punishment but continuation in altered form. I believe the essence of who we are, our deeds, memories, the love we gave and received, persists beyond the body's failing." He met Hel's gaze directly. "I believe death is a doorway, not a wall, and I have come to see what lies beyond the threshold before I must cross it permanently." For the first time, Hel's expression changed, the living half of her mouth curving in what might have been a smile, while the skeletal half remained unchanged. The effect was oddly harmonious, rather than disturbing. "Well answered," she said, and Kari thought he detected a note of something almost like warmth in her otherworldly voice. "Now, having given truth, you may receive it. What specific understanding do you seek from the realm of the dead?" Kari had rehearsed this question during his long journey downward, refining it with each step that brought him closer to this moment. "I wish to know if death brings peace to those who lived with regret and pain. I wish to know if the bonds forged in life, between parent and child, between friends, between those who love deeply, remain meaningful beyond the veil. And I wish to know if consciousness persists, if we remember who we were, or if all is washed away when we enter your domain." Hel considered him for a long moment, the hall around them utterly silent, save for the occasional soft notes from the unseen musician somewhere in the shadows. Even the great hound beside her throne seemed to hold its breath, watching the exchange with intelligent eyes. "Complex questions," she finally replied, "yet simpler than you might believe. Come." She rose from her throne in a fluid motion, her gown flowing around her like water in moonlight. She gestured for him to follow as she descended the dais steps. "Words alone cannot provide the understanding you seek. You must witness." Buddy followed the goddess as she moved across the great hall toward a section he had not noticed before. An alcove where the wall appeared to be not stone or wood, but shimmering, translucent material, like silk suspended in still air. As they approached, this veil-like barrier rippled gently. "Here," Hel said, stopping before the strange wall. "The boundary between awareness and memory grows thin. Look deeply and see your answer." Kari stepped forward as instructed, his eyes focusing on the shimmering surface. At first, he saw only vague shadows and shifting patterns of light. Then, gradually, images began to form, not projected upon the veil, but somehow existing within it, as if the barrier itself contained worlds within its translucent depth. He saw figures he recognized, friends long dead, his sons taken by fever years before, his wife, whose absence still ached in his heart daily. They moved through settings that seemed neither wholly of the living world nor completely foreign, familiar landscapes subtly altered, buildings remembered but slightly transformed. Most striking was not their appearance but their manner. Each spirit moved with purpose and awareness, engaging with others, expressing emotions that ranged from quiet joy to thoughtful reflection. "Deep memory," Kari whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "They know themselves." "Yes," Hel confirmed, standing beside him, her dual nature somehow less shocking now that he had spent time in her presence. "Death takes the body and transforms the spirit, but it does not erase identity. Those who enter my realm bring with them all they were, their memories, their loves, their essence. What they leave behind is pain, illness, the limitations of physical form, and the sharp edges of mortal suffering." As she spoke, the scenes within the veil shifted. Kari saw his wife greeting his sons, not with the desperate grief of their parting in life, but with the serene joy of reunion beyond suffering. He watched as old enemies sat in conversation, the hatreds that had divided them in life, dissolved by the perspective that death had granted them. "And regret?" he asked, unable to tear his gaze from these visions. "Do they carry that burden still?" "Regret transforms here," Hel replied, her voice gentle despite its otherworldly quality. "Not forgotten. Nothing true is ever truly forgotten, but understood differently. From this side of existence, the patterns of life become visible in ways the living cannot perceive. What seemed failure reveals itself as necessary growth. What appeared as loss shows itself as transformation. Regret becomes wisdom when viewed through death's clarifying lens. The veil rippled again, and Kari saw his own face. Not as he appeared now, aged and weathered, but as he might be after crossing permanently into Hell's domain. This spectral version of himself walked among the dead with recognition and purpose, greeting those he had loved, engaging with others he had never met in life. There was peace in this future self's expression, but not the empty peace of oblivion, rather the rich peace of continuation and understanding. And the bonds between souls? Kari asked, his final question hanging between them as the visions continued to shift and flow. In answer, Hel raised her hand. The living hand, not the skeletal one, and passed it before the veil. The images changed again, now showing connections between the spirits. Lines of golden light that linked some souls closely, others more distantly, creating a vast web of relationships that extended beyond what his eyes could follow. Love does not end, Hel stated simply, nor friendship, nor the bonds of family. They change form, as all things must when crossing between realms, but their essence remains, sometimes stronger in fact, without the distractions and limitations of physical existence to obscure their true nature. Kari watched, transfixed, as the web of connections pulsed and flowed like a living thing, revealing patterns of relationship he could barely comprehend. He saw how souls who had loved deeply in life remained connected even when separated by centuries of time as mortals measured it. He witnessed how those who had influenced each other, for good or ill, remained in relationship, not bound by obligation, but connected through the consequences of their interaction. "It is beautiful," he said finally, when the visions began to fade and the veil returned to its shimmering, indistinct state. Not at all what the tales describe. Hel's expression shifted again, not quite a smile, but a softening. Tales serve their purpose for the living. Fear of death keeps mortals from squandering the gift of life. Yet fear distorts truth, and in your myths, much is lost in translation between realms. She turned away from the veil, gesturing for Kari to follow her back toward the center of the great hall. As they walked, shadows moved across the floor like gentle waves, and the soul flame lanterns drifted around them in patterns that seemed almost choreographed. "You have seen more than most living eyes are permitted," Hel said as they reached the open space before her throne. "Does this satisfy your quest for understanding?" Kari considered the question deeply. The visions had indeed shown him much, confirmed some of his hopes, challenged some assumptions, opened new questions he hadn't thought to ask. Yet beneath it all ran a current of peace he hadn't anticipated. "It does, lady," he replied with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me that death is not to be feared, though life remains precious. You have shown me that what matters most, connection, love, growth, continues beyond the threshold. This is the understanding I sought." Elle nodded, and for a brief moment, both sides of her face seemed to align in an expression of approval. "Then our exchange is complete. You have answered my questions with truth, and I have granted the understanding you sought." She returned to her throne, settling upon it with fluid grace. "Now you must return to the realm of the living, to live whatever time remains to you with this knowledge in your heart." Kari felt a momentary pang of reluctance. Part of him wished to remain longer, to explore this realm of quiet dignity, to perhaps speak with those he had glimpsed in the visions. But he understood that his time here was necessarily limited. He had been granted a visitor's passage, not a permanent place. "How shall I find my way back?" he asked, realizing he had no clear memory of the route through Eludnir's complex corridors. "Garma will guide you," Hel replied, gesturing to the great hound beside her throne. The beast rose at its mistress's signal, stretching massive limbs before patting down from the dais to stand before Kari. "Follow him to the boundaries, and the path that brought you here will lead you home." Kari bowed deeply, one hand over his heart in sincere respect. "I thank you for your generosity and wisdom, Lady of Helheim. I will carry what I have learned back to the living world." "Came final gift," Hel said as he straightened. "When your time truly comes, when you return here not as visitor, but as resident, you need not fear the journey. You will be recognized, and passage will be smooth." This simple assurance touched Kari deeply. Not an extension of life, or special treatment in death, but the promise of recognition and welcome when his natural time arrived. It was, he realized, exactly the right gift. Respecting both the inevitability of his eventual return and the significance of his brave journey. "Until then," he responded with another slight bow. Hel inclined her head in acknowledgement, and Kari turned to follow Garma, who waited patiently, mismatched eyes, one bright, one clouded, fixed on him with intelligence that seemed far beyond that of ordinary beasts. The journey outward, through Elginir's halls, felt both similar to and different from his entrance. The corridors seemed to shift subtly, revealing different architectural wonders and displays of otherworldly art than he had noticed before. Occasionally, spirits moved past them, some acknowledging Kari with curious glances, others focused on their own purposes. None spoke, yet he sensed no hostility in their silence, merely the natural quiet of this realm where words held different weight than among the living. Goma led him unerringly through the complex passageways until they reached the great entrance doors, which opened soundlessly at their approach. Outside, Helheim spread before them, that vast city of the dead, with its curious structures and blue flame lanterns. The hound continued forward, and Kari followed, noting details he had missed during his inward journey. Gardens of pale, luminescent plants that grew without sunlight, gathering places where spirits congregated in silent communion, small shrines or memorials that seemed dedicated to concepts rather than deities. They traveled the main avenue in reverse, eventually reaching the outskirts of the underworld city where the structured environment gave way to a landscape more like a natural cavern system. Here, Garum stopped and turned to face Kari, those mismatched eyes studying him one final time. "Thank you for your guidance," Kari said, feeling it right to acknowledge the creature directly. The hound made no sound but dipped its massive head in what appeared to be recognition of the gratitude. Then it turned and padded back toward Elginir, disappearing into the blue-lit mists before Kari had taken more than a few steps toward the ascending path. The journey upward proved different from his descent. Where before he had walked a gradually spiraling path through darkness, now he found himself on what appeared to be a straight stairway carved from living stone, illuminated by the same soul flame lanterns that lit Helheim. Each step seemed to carry him further from the profound stillness of the underworld and closer to the sensory richness of living existence. Sounds returned gradually, first just the echo of his own footsteps, then distant whispers that might have been wind or memory. And finally, as he neared the upper world, the familiar sounds of forest at night. Owl calls, the rustle of small creatures through underbrush, the soft sigh of wind through branches. When he finally emerged, it was through the same dark pool from which he had descended. The surface parted for him like a curtain, and he stepped onto the snowy bank, water sliding from his clothing and skin without leaving wetness behind. Above, the same full moon hung in the sky, though it had traveled some distance across the heavens during his absence. Kari drew a deep breath, experiencing the cold winter air with renewed appreciation. It tasted sharper, felt more invigorating than he remembered, as if his time in Helheim had heightened his awareness of the sensory details of living existence. The ache in his joints remained, as did the occasional tightness in his chest, but these physical limitations now seemed less significant when viewed against the backdrop of what he had learned. The path back to his village wound through familiar forest, each landmark a lightning-struck oak, a boulder shaped like a sleeping bear, the stream that ran copper-colored over mineral deposits, appearing simultaneously unchanged and somehow more vivid than before. Kari walked steadily, his aged body moving with purpose born of inner peace rather than desperate determination. By the time the first smoke from village hearths became visible against the pre-dawn sky, Kari had mentally composed what he would tell his daughter, his grandchildren, his friends. Not everything. Some experiences defied complete translation into words, and some truths were better discovered personally than received second-hand, but enough to ease their eventual grief. Enough to share the most important understanding he had gained, that death was not ending, but transformation, not separation, but altered connection. He would tell them of Helheim's quiet beauty, so different from the nightmarish realm described in frightening tales. He would speak of the spirits he had seen, not tormented shadows, but beings continuing their existence with purpose and peace. He would describe Hel herself, neither monster nor maiden, but sovereign of a necessary realm, maintaining the balance that sustains all existence. Most importantly, he would share the vision of connection that transcends physical separation. How bonds of love and friendship remain intact across the threshold between worlds. He would explain how those who pass into Hel's realm carry with them all that truly matters, their memories, their identity, their capacity for growth and understanding. How pain and illness fall away, while essence remains. Kari considered how to express these profound truths in simple language his young grandchildren might grasp. Perhaps he would tell them that death is like the transformation of a caterpillar into a butterfly, not the end of existence, but its continuation in altered, lighter form. For his adult children, he would speak more directly of the peaceful dignity he had witnessed, the ordered harmony of Hel's realm that contrasted so sharply with fearful myths. For the village elders who shared his approaching proximity to life's end, he would offer the most complete account, knowing they would find in it the same comfort he now carried, the knowledge that awaiting them was not oblivion or punishment, but a continuation of consciousness in a realm where wisdom is valued above strength, where understanding replaces striving, where the essence of identity persists while its more painful aspects fall away. To the village's children, gathered around the communal fire on winter evenings, he might offer gentler versions of his journey, not to frighten, but to plant seeds of understanding that would grow as they matured. Stories of Gama's dignified guidance, of spirits tending strange gardens, of Hel's quiet wisdom, tales that would gradually replace fear with respect for death's necessary role in the great cycle. As he approached the outskirts of the village, Carrie noticed the first birds beginning their dawn chorus, their songs piercing the quiet with surprising clarity. The eastern horizon showed the first hint of color, not yet sunrise, but its promise. New day, new understanding, continuation rather than conclusion. He had gone seeking wisdom about death. He returned with deeper appreciation for life and the knowledge that when winter finally claimed him, whether this season or another, it would not be an ending, but a return to Hell's realm of quiet dignity, where all journeys continue in altered form and all connections remain, transformed but unbroken. A figure appeared on the path ahead, his daughter, wrapped in furs against the morning chill, her face showing both worry and relief as she recognized him. Kari smiled and quickened his pace slightly to meet her, ready to share what could be shared of his journey into the Hall of Velvet Silence. "Father," she called, rushing forward to embrace him. "We feared when you didn't return." Her voice caught on unspoken fears. "I know," he replied gently, returning her embrace with strength that surprised them both. "But I had a journey I needed to make, and now I have returned, carrying what I sought." She drew back slightly, studying his face with concern. "You look different somehow. Where did you go?" Kari smiled, the expression reaching his eyes in a way it hadn't for many seasons. "I went to meet what awaits us all, daughter, and I found it kinder and more beautiful than the tales would have us believe." Her expression showed confusion mingled with curiosity as they walked together toward home, where hearthfire and family waited. Behind them, the full moon set beyond the western mountains, while ahead, the first golden light of dawn touched the snow-covered fields, transforming them into a sea of gentle radiance. In the shadows between trees, unseen by either father or daughter, a massive hound with mismatched eyes watched their departure. Its task complete, it turned silently and vanished, returning to the hall of quiet dignity where Hel awaited, ruling her peaceful realm with the solemn grace that was her birthright and her nature. And in the village below, life continued. Babies cried and were comforted. Young people dreamed of adventures. Elders shared wisdom gathered across decades. Death would come to each in time as it comes to all. But for those who heard Kari's tale in the days that followed, that inevitable journey carried less terror and more wonder than before, for he had walked to the threshold between worlds and returned bearing quiet truth, that beyond the veil waits not oblivion or punishment, but continuation, memories intact, connections preserved, pain transformed into perspective. That Hel herself was neither monster nor maiden, but keeper of necessary transition, guardian of peaceful transformation. That death, like the moon disappearing beyond the horizon, was not extinction, but simply passing from one state of being into another, equally real, equally significant, part of the same great cycle that gives meaning to existence across all the realms of Yggdrasil, the world tree, whose branches cradle both living and dead in eternal, perfect balance. In the weeks that followed, Kari's tale spread beyond his village, carried by travelers and traders to distant settlements across the northern lands. Some dismissed it as the hallucination of an aging mind approaching its end. Others found in it confirmation of hopes they had silently harbored but never voiced. A few recognized in his descriptions echoes of wisdom fragments preserved in ancient songs, rarely sung in modern times. The Volva who had first guided him to the hollow beneath the ash tree listened to his account with knowing eyes, adding her own validation when skeptics questioned too harshly. There are thresholds between worlds, she would remind them, and occasionally one with the right spirit may cross briefly and return with truth. As winter deepened, Kari found himself changed by his journey in unexpected ways. Though his body continued its natural decline, his spirit seemed to grow more vibrant. He spoke with greater clarity and insight, his words carrying weight even among those who had previously overlooked the contributions of the elderly. Children sought him out for stories, elders for counsel, elders for reassurance about the journey they too would soon undertake. On especially clear nights, when stars gleamed like soul flames against perfect darkness, Kari would sometimes sit alone outside his daughter's home, his gaze turned skyward. In those moments, he could almost perceive the invisible connections binding all existence, the living and the dead, the seen and unseen, past and future, mortal and divine, all threads in the same vast tapestry, all notes in the same eternal song. And when, with the first blooming of spring flowers, Kari's physical journey finally ended, those who had heard his tale gathered not in bitter grief, but in solemn celebration of transition. They spoke of him not as lost, but as transformed, not as gone, but as continued in altered state. They imagined him walking the obsidian halls of Elgidnir, welcomed by Hel herself, recognized as one who had honored her realm with respect and understanding. Thus did one mortal's courage to face the unknown transform fear into wisdom, separation into connection, ending into continuation. A legacy more lasting than stone monuments or heroic songs. A quiet truth passed from heart to heart like the soul flames of Helheim, illumining the darkness with gentle, persistent light. As the last echoes of Kari's tale fade into memory, our journey through Norse mythology continues. We have walked alongside him through Helheim's solemn beauty, witnessed the quiet dignity of Hel herself, and returned with wisdom that transforms our understanding of what lies beyond life's threshold. Now we turn our attention to another boundary between worlds, not the veil between life and death, but the permeable membrane between waking and dreaming. In Norse cosmology, these realms are interconnected branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree, their boundaries more fluid than mortal minds typically perceive. Just as Kari found his way to Helheim through the hollow beneath the ash where three roots meet, our next tale guides us through another hidden passage. Dream's hollow gate stands as another threshold between worlds, a place where consciousness shifts form rather than dissolves, where reality bends without breaking. The soft blue glow of Helheim's soul flame lanterns dims in our mind's eye, giving way to the misty borders of Draumheimer, the dream realm. Here, different laws govern experience. Time flows according to its own rhythm. Memories intertwine with possibilities, and the boundaries between self and other grow transparent. As you drift deeper into relaxation, allow your consciousness to transition between these interconnected tales. Release Kari to his peaceful journey in Hel's quiet realm, and prepare to pass through Dream's hollow gate, where another adventure awaits in the landscapes of Norse mythology. The threads connecting these tales remain unbroken, each exploring how the Norse understood the permeable boundaries between states of being, each offering wisdom about transitions, transformations, and the continuity that exists beneath apparent endings. Let your breath deepen as we prepare to cross this new threshold together. The agreement had been struck, the price paid in full. Hel, daughter of Loki and ruler of the underworld, stood before her obsidian throne, her form half shadow and half light, as was her nature. Her eyes, one warm as summer skies, one cold as winter's heart, regarded the traveler with a gaze that held neither malice nor kindness, but simply the weight of ancient law. You have walked the 9 paths where few living souls have tread, she spoke, her voice echoing strangely in the cavernous hall of Helheim. You have faced what most flee and remembered what most forget. The terms of our bargain are satisfied. Her pale hand extended, long fingers unfurling to reveal a small stone that glowed with soft inner light. A soul mima, the talisman that had guided the traveler through the darkness. The hollow gate stands open for your return, but remember, what passes between worlds changes in the crossing. The knowledge you carry will shape itself to dreams upon your awakening. The traveler accepted the stone with reverence, feeling its gentle warmth against calloused palms. The journey had been long, through Niflheim's bitter mists, across the roots of Yggdrasil where serpents gnawed, and finally into the somber halls of Helheim itself. What had begun as a desperate quest for wisdom had transformed into something else entirely, something that could not be named, but only felt, as a profound shifting within. Hel's mismatched gaze lingered a moment longer before she turned away, her dark cloak sweeping the stone floor as she moved back toward her throne. The path home awaits. Dawn approaches in the world above. If you would see it again, you must depart now. The traveler bowed deeply, no words necessary between them now. What needed to be said had been spoken in the heart of their bargain days. Or was it weeks? Earlier, time flowed differently in these deep places beneath the world. With the soul Baymonad clutched tightly, the traveler turned toward the archway at the far end of the hall, an opening carved from living rock, its edges decorated with ancient runes that shifted and changed when looked at directly. The hollow gate, passage between the realms of the dead and the living, between dreams and waking, between what was and what might yet be. The first step toward that distant arch felt heavy, as though invisible chains sought to bind the traveler to this realm of shadows and whispers. This was the nature of Helheim. It did not easily surrender what entered its domain. Yet with each subsequent step, a curious lightness began to grow. The burden of the journey, the weight of knowledge gained and sacrifices made, did not vanish but rather transformed, becoming something that could be carried rather than something that dragged behind. The great hall of hell stretched longer than seemed possible, the distance to the arch expanding with every footfall. This, too, was a final test. Many who reached this point faltered, their resolve weakening as Helheim exerted its subtle pull. To turn back now, to glance over one's shoulder with hesitation, this was how souls were lost, trapped between states of being, neither fully dead nor truly alive. The traveler kept eyes fixed forward, focusing on the arch that seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing in time with a distant heartbeat. The soul marmor grew warmer in hand, its glow strengthening in proximity to the gate. Around the edges of the path, shadows gathered and whispered, the countless dead who resided in Helheim, watching this rare departure from their eternal abode with curiosity, perhaps envy, perhaps simple wonder. As the arch drew nearer, details emerged that had not been visible from a distance. Carved into its surface were scenes from the 9 worlds. Asgard with its golden halls, Midgard with its seas and mountains, Jotunheim with its towering ice peaks, and others in succession. At the very top, the great world tree Yggdrasil spread its branches across the curve of the stone, its roots plunging downward to form the base of the arch itself. The whispers from the shadows grew more distinct now, becoming words, becoming voices. "Remember us?" came one sigh, like autumn leaves skittering across stone. "Tell them we wait," urged another, this one bringing to mind the creak of ice in spring's first thaw. "The dream was true," insisted a third, reminiscent of wind through summer wheat. The traveller paused at the threshold of the arch, feeling the boundary between worlds like a thin membrane, almost tangible against the skin. Here, at this liminal point, the pull of life and death balanced perfectly. One could stand in this exact spot forever, suspended between states of being, neither here nor there. Many had lost themselves in this moment, becoming guardians of the threshold, neither truly dead nor fully alive. It would be simple to remain, to avoid the pain and uncertainty of return. The knowledge gained in these dark halls brought its own burden. The understanding that all things end, that even the gods themselves were bound to their appointed fates, that Ragnarok waited in the mists of time's horizon. Such wisdom was easier to bear in the gentle shadows of Helheim than in the harsh light of the living world. The soul magma pulsed more urgently now, almost hot against the traveller's palm. Its light shone through flesh and bone, illuminating from within like a star held in human hand. This was its purpose, not merely to guide, but to compel return when the moment came. The bargain with Hel included this safeguard, for she knew well how seductive the threshold could be. With resolve renewed, the traveller stepped forward, passing beneath the great arch of the hollow gate. The world shifted, reality folding upon itself like parchment creased by an invisible hand. Light and dark exchanged places, sound became silence, became sound again, and the solid stone beneath gave way to something less substantial, a path of silver mist that wound upward through darkness. The realm beyond the hollow gate was neither Helheim proper, nor yet the world of the living. This was the between place, Dreams Hollow, where departed souls lingered before their final journey, and where dreamers sometimes wandered during deepest sleep. Here, the boundaries between memory and vision blurred, and time itself became fluid and unreliable. The mist path glimmered faintly, illuminated not by sun or torch, but by its own pale luminescence. It twisted upward through a landscape that constantly shifted at the corners of vision, one moment resembling a forest of silver-barked trees, the next a field of stars suspended in void, then perhaps the inside of some great cathedral whose walls stretched beyond sight. The traveller began the ascent, each step lighter than the last as Helheim's gravity loosened its hold. The soul murmur's glow had softened, becoming a gentle pulse that matched the rhythm of breathing. Its purpose was changing now, no longer guiding through darkness, but anchoring to life, to identity, to the self that existed before descent into the underworld. Floating lights appeared in the mist around the path, small star-like points of radiance that drifted on unseen currents. Some moved with purpose, following their own invisible roads through the between place. Others hovered nearly motionless, pulsing gently like heartbeats. These were souls in transition, some newly departed from life and making their way deeper into death's realm, others in the midst of dreams so profound they temporarily walked the borders of existence. One such light drifted closer than the others, circling the traveller in a slow, deliberate pattern. As it neared, it grew larger, its shape becoming less a simple point and more a swirling complexity of light and shadow. The mists around it thinned, and for a moment, a face formed in the luminous patterns. familiar features, eyes that held recognition. "You succeeded then," said the apparition, its voice neither male nor female but somewhere in between, familiar yet impossible to place. "Few return from Hell's dominion with their purpose fulfilled." The traveler nodded, unsure whether this encounter was real or merely another manifestation of dreams Harlow playing upon memory and desire. The knowledge was there to be found for those willing to pay its price. The face in the light shifted, features rearranging subtly to reveal another visage, this one clearly recognized, a loved one long passed beyond the veil of death. The ghost of a smile touched transparent lips. "The living are not meant to carry the dead's wisdom," the apparition cautioned, its new voice achingly familiar, stirring emotions long buried. "It changes you. As water changes the stone, it continuously flows over." "I am already changed," the traveler replied, reaching one hand toward the floating light before letting it fall back. Even here, in this between place, some boundaries could not be crossed, but I would not unmake the journey, even knowing its cost. The light pulsed once, the face within it showing something like approval, or perhaps simply acceptance. "Then carry what you have learned gently. The waking world has forgotten much of what you now know. Forgotten by choice, perhaps, rather than by accident." Before the traveler could respond, the apparition began to fade, its light diminishing, features blurring back into formless radiance. "We will meet again," came its final words, already distant as though spoken across vast distance. "Though you may not remember this promise upon waking." The light rejoined the others, becoming indistinguishable among the countless drifting souls that populated Dreams Hollow. The traveler stood motionless for a moment, hands still half raised in farewell, before continuing the upward journey along the silver path. As the path climbed higher, the mists began to thin, revealing more of this strange landscape. Great roots broke through the silvery ground in places, massive, twisted growths larger than ancient trees disappearing upward into the haze. These were the deepest roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree that connected all 9 realms of existence. Even in this between place, its presence defined reality, anchoring the very concept of order against the chaos that always threatened to reclaim creation. Between these monumental roots, other structures became visible. Bones of impossible size, remnants of beings that had existed before the coming of gods or men. Some formed natural archways across the path. Others lay half buried in the misty ground like the ribs of some great beast. These were the oldest things in all creation, the framework upon which the 9 worlds had been built, remains of what came before and foundation of what existed now. The traveler passed beneath one such arch of ancient bone, feeling a subtle shift in the air, a changing in the quality of light. The mist thinned further, revealing glimpses of what lay above, a canopy of intersecting roots and branches that formed a natural ceiling, between which could be seen patches of deep purple blue, like twilight sky caught between day and night. The soul maimer's pulse quickened, its rhythm becoming more urgent. The waking world grew closer with each step, the boundary between dream and reality thinning like ice in spring. Soon the transition would come, that momentary disorientation between sleep and wakefulness, between being and becoming. As the path continued its gentle ascent, the traveler noticed curious formations emerging from the mist. Memory pools they were called in the ancient texts, small, perfectly circular collections of liquid silver that gathered in depressions along the way. These pools did not reflect the surroundings as normal water might, but instead showed glimpses of other times, other possibilities, other paths not taken. The traveler paused beside one such pool, drawn by a glimmer of recognition. Bending closer, the surface rippled and cleared to reveal not a reflection, but a window into what might have been. The traveler's own form, but in circumstances never experienced, surrounded by people never met, in a place never visited. Was this a path not taken? A life that might have unfolded had different choices been made? Or perhaps a glimpse into another existence entirely? A parallel self walking a different branch of Yggdrasil's infinite possibility? The vision shifted, the silver surface rippling as though disturbed by unseen rain. Now it showed fragments of the journey through Helheim, the crossing of the river Gjoll, whose waters flowed with the sorrows of all worlds, the encounter with Modgud, who guarded the bridge and asked riddles of passage, the descent through Niflheim's mists, where lost souls wandered. These were true memories, moments lived and survived, yet seeing them reflected gave them a strange distance, as though they had happened to someone else, or in another lifetime. The traveler straightened, moving away from the memory pool's tempting visions. Such reflections could entrap the unwary, keeping them suspended in contemplation of what was or might have been, until their connection to the present moment dissolved entirely. Many dreamers had been lost this way, their physical bodies awakening empty while their essential selves remained trapped in dreams hollow, endlessly watching reflections of possibility. Other pools appeared along the path, each offering its own unique glimpses, some into the distant past where giants walked freely across newly formed worlds, others into possible futures where the consequences of Ragnarok played out in countless variations. The traveler acknowledged these with respectful glances, but did not pause again, understanding the danger of becoming too entangled in what could not be changed, or what had not yet come to pass. Instead, attention turned to the changing landscape itself. As the path climbed higher, the environment grew more structured, more defined. The shifting mists began to organize themselves into distinct features, banks of cloud that resembled hills, formations like distant mountains, patterns in the haze that suggested forests or lakes when viewed from certain angles. Reality was reasserting itself, preparation for the return to a world of fixed form and physical law. With this increasing definition came colors beyond the silver-grey palette of Dreams Hollow's lower reaches. Gentle hues appeared at first, pale blues in the distance, soft greens where mist forest formed, hints of gold where light caught the edges of cloud formations. These colors strengthened gradually, becoming more vivid with each step upward, as though the world were being painted into existence around the returning traveler. Alongside these visual changes came a gradual increase in sound. The profound silence of Helheim, where nothing lived to make noise and even footsteps fell muffled in the dust of ages, had given way to the subtle ambient sounds of Dreams Hollow, the whispers of passing souls, the soft sigh of mist currents, the almost imperceptible creak of Yggdrasil's roots as they grew. Now these sounds gained companions, a distant rushing that might be wind through leaves or water over stones, rhythmic patterns like heartbeats or breath, occasional clear notes that hinted at birdsong or voices calling from too far away to distinguish words. The traveler absorbed these changes with each sense, recognizing them as signs of approaching the boundary between worlds. The body itself was changing too, becoming more substantial with each step. In Helheim, physical form had been almost an afterthought, a memory of life carried into death's domain. In Dream's Hollow, that form had begun to reassert itself, though still with the fluidity characteristic of dreams. Now, ascending toward the waking world, the traveler felt the gathering weight of true physicality, the pull of gravity, the effort of muscles, the steady rhythm of breath necessary for sustaining life. With these corporeal sensations came others, less expected, but equally powerful. Hunger that spoke of days without food, thirst that reminded of mortality's constant needs, fatigue that suggested the journey had taxed physical reserves beyond normal limits. These were not memories, but present realities, the body awakening to its own condition after the mind's sojourn beyond its boundaries. The path curved around a massive root that erupted from the misty ground like a mountain range, its bark surface carved with runes older than any living language. The traveler ran fingers across these symbols, feeling their power vibrate through flesh and bone. These were the original runes, the patterns from which Odin himself had derived the lesser versions known to gods and mortals. Fundamental symbols that described reality itself, rather than merely representing sounds or concepts within it. To touch such runes was to connect momentarily with the underlying structure of existence, to feel the currents of power that flowed through all 9 worlds. The sensation was overwhelming, a rush of awareness too vast for any single consciousness to fully comprehend. Images flooded through the traveler's mind. Asgard's golden halls where Odin held council. Vanaheim's fertile fields where nature gods danced in eternal spring. Alfheim where light elves crafted beauty beyond mortal imagination. Svartalfheim where dark elves forged treasures of power and peril. Jotunheim's ice peaks where frost giants plotted ancient vengeance. Muspelheim where fire giants waited for their time of ascendance. Niflheim with its eternal mists concealing the beginnings of all things. Midgard where humankind struggled with their brief, vibrant lives. And Helheim, just departed, where the dead dwelled in pale reflection of life's complexity. The contact lasted only moments before the traveler pulled away, mind reeling from the vastness of perspective gained. Such knowledge was not meant to be held complete in any consciousness smaller than Yggdrasil itself. Yet fragments remained, understanding deeper than words, connections perceived rather than analyzed, wisdom that settled into the foundations of being rather than floating on the surface of thought. A sound drifted down from above, faint but distinct, a melody played on strings of wind or perhaps memory itself. The song was both new and ancient, its patterns complex yet somehow instinctively understood. This was the music of the spheres, the harmony that bound the 9 worlds together despite their differences. Few living beings ever heard it clearly, though many sensed its echo in moments of profound insight or deep connection. The traveler paused to listen, knowing that this experience, above all others, would be among the first to fade upon return to the waking world. Such music was not meant for mortal memory to retain, existing as it did beyond the boundaries of ordinary perception. To hear it at all was rare fortune. To remember it would be near impossible. The melody seemed to respond to this attention, growing more defined as the traveler focused upon it. Individual voices became distinguishable within the greater harmony. A deep drone like massive tree trunks swaying in primordial wind. A cascading ripple reminiscent of starlight on water. A rhythmic pulsing that matched the cycle of seasons. quick, bright notes that might have been the laughter of children or the calls of birds in spring forests. These separate strands wove together into a composition so perfect that it could only exist beyond the realm of conscious creation, an expression of the universe's inherent order. As the traveler stood, transfixed by this cosmic symphony, other senses began to perceive corresponding patterns. The mists around the path shifted and flowed in perfect synchronization with the music, forming shapes that lived for moments before dissolving back into formlessness. Light played through these formations, casting colors that seemed to exist nowhere in normal perception. Hues for which no mortal language had names. Tints that suggested emotions rather than wavelengths. The very air seemed charged with meaning, each breath drawing in not just sustenance for the body, but nourishment for awareness itself. Time lost its linear quality in this experience, stretching and compressing according to laws beyond ordinary understanding. What might have been moments or hours passed in perfect suspension, the traveler absorbed in perception that bridged the gap between objective observation and subjective participation. This was true vision, not merely seeing but being one with what was seen, not simply hearing but becoming part of the harmony perceived. Gradually, reluctantly, the traveler's consciousness began to separate from this profound unity, drawn back toward individuality by the soul-maker's insistent pulse. The return journey could not be delayed indefinitely. The window for crossing between worlds would not remain open forever. With effort that felt almost physical, attention was gathered back from its expansion, focusing once more on the path ahead and the purpose of ascent. The music did not cease as the traveler resumed walking, but it receded slightly, becoming again a backdrop rather than the central experience. It would remain as companion for the rest of the journey, though increasingly filtered through the limitations of ordinary perception as the waking world drew nearer. A curious phenomenon began to manifest as the path continued upward. Memories rose unbidden, not just from the recent journey through Helheim, but from the entirety of the traveler's existence. These were not the organized, narrative recollections of conscious reminiscence, but fragmentary, vivid moments that appeared with the random intensity of lightning flashes. A childhood afternoon by a sun-dappled stream, the first taste of heartbreak's bitter sweetness, hands stained with soil from planting spring seeds, the weight of a loved one's head resting trustingly against a shoulder, the cold bite of fear before battle, the expansive warmth of shared laughter among friends. These memories emerge not as thoughts but as complete sensory experiences, as real in their momentary resurrection as when first lived. Each carried its emotional signature: joy, sorrow, love, anger, wonder, despair. Yet these feelings passed through without lingering, like weather patterns moving across an interior landscape. There was no judgment attached, no categorization of experiences as good or bad, simply acknowledgement of all that had shaped a single existence. This was not random recall, but part of Dreams Hollow's nature, its final gift to those returning to the waking world. In this place between realms, the entirety of a life could be perceived without the distortions of ego or the limitations of sequential thinking. The wholeness of being, usually fragmented by the mind's need to organize and evaluate, could be briefly glimpsed as a complete tapestry, each thread necessary, each pattern purposeful within the larger design. For the traveler, this panoramic review brought unexpected peace. Regrets lost their sharp edges when seen as essential components of growth. Joys gained deeper resonance when understood as counterpoints to sorrow. The artificial boundaries between success and failure, between wise and foolish choices, between meaningful and trivial moments, all dissolved in this comprehensive perspective. Every experience, every decision, every relationship had contributed to the consciousness that now made this extraordinary journey. As the path climbed higher, these memory flashes began to include glimpses of the underworld journey just completed, the bargain struck with pale hell in her half-lit hall, the crossing of Gjöll's sorrowful waters, encounters with shades who shared wisdom in exchange for news of the living world, the challenge of retained self-integrity in regions where identity naturally dissolved. These recent experiences, integrated with earlier memories, already being woven into the continuous tapestry of existence, rather than standing apart as something separate or other. The landscape through which the path now wound had changed significantly from the misty indeterminacy of lower regions. Distinct features had formed, massive trees with silver bark and leaves that shimmered between translucency and solidity, open meadows where grass-like growth rippled in patterns too precise to be created by ordinary wind, streams that flowed not with water but with liquid light that sang quietly to itself in voices just beyond comprehension. The sky above, for there was now definitively a sky rather than merely the absence of ground, showed depths of blue impossible in ordinary atmosphere, with occasional glimpses of what might have been stars or perhaps the distant fires of other worlds. The mists had not vanished entirely, but had transformed, becoming more like morning fog in a forest, tangible veils that draped between trees or collected in hollows, occasionally dancing upward in spiraling columns when disturbed by passing energies. Within these mist gatherings, shapes sometimes formed, faces half remembered, figures engaged in activities partially glimpsed, scenes from stories or perhaps from lives being lived in distant realms of Yggdrasil's vast expanse. With the melody as companion, the journey continued upward, the path growing steadily brighter as though approaching daylight. The mists receded further, no longer swirling around in constant motion but settling into more stable patterns that resembled clouds seen from above. Through these breaks, tantalizing glimpses appeared, fragments of the other realms connected by Yggdrasil's vast expanse. There, a flash of golden spires might be Asgard catching morning light. There, a churning sea of clouds could mark the borders of Jotunheim. And there, a green-blue curve against darkness, perhaps Midgard itself, home of humankind, the destination that drew ever nearer. The path began to change beneath the traveler's feet, the silver mist solidifying into something more substantial, first resembling packed earth, then stone, then woody material like the bark of a living tree. The transition was happening, the return journey approaching its end. Soon, the veil between sleep and wakefulness would part entirely, and the wisdom gained in Helheim would transform into the language of dreams, filtered through the mind's need to create coherence from ineffable experience. With this physical transformation of the path came new companions to the journey. At first they appeared as merely darker patches in the surrounding mist, indistinct shapes that might have been tricks of perception, but as the traveler continued upward, these shapes resolved into more definite forms. Shadow beings that walked parallel to the path, never quite approaching, but clearly aware of the traveler's presence. These were not the dead souls of Helheim, nor the dream fragments of the Between Place, but something else entirely. Guardian entities that dwelled permanently in the borderlands between worlds. The ancient Norse called them fylgjur, though other cultures had given them different names. Spirit guides, guardian angels, totem beings, higher selves. They existed outside of ordinary time, connecting past and future with the eternal present, accompanying mortal lives while remaining fundamentally separate from them. The closest of these beings gradually took on more specific form as the traveler acknowledged its presence. A massive wolf with fur that shifted between deepest black and silver white, eyes that held wisdom beyond animal nature, but respected the boundaries of mortal comprehension. It matched the traveler's pace precisely, moving with fluid grace through mist that seemed to part before its passage. No words passed between mortal and guardian. None were necessary in this place where communication transcended language. Instead, a sense of recognition flowed between them, acknowledgement of paths shared across multiple lifetimes, of guidance offered and sometimes heeded, of protection given within the limits of cosmic law that preserved free will above all else. The wolf guardian was joined by others as the ascent continued. A raven whose wings left momentary script in the air when it passed through mist. An ancient warrior figure whose armor changed style and origin with each glimpse. A woman whose age shifted between maiden and crone, between one step and the next. These were aspects of guidance, representations of wisdom accumulated and assistance offered throughout a life's journey. They did not speak, these guardians, yet their presence conveyed messages nonetheless. Approval for the courage shown in the underworld journey, caution about carrying death's wisdom too openly in the land of the living, reassurance that the difficult path had been necessary, promise of continued guidance in the life to come. Most importantly, they offered confirmation that the traveler had not been fundamentally changed by the descent into Helheim. Transformed, yes, but not diminished, not corrupted by contact with realms beyond normal experience. As the path grew more substantial beneath the traveler's feet, these guardian presences began to withdraw, fading gradually back into the mists from which they had emerged. Their departure was not abandonment, but transition. Their influence would continue in the waking world, though perceived more subtly there, felt as intuition or unexpected insight, rather than seen as distinct entities. The last to depart was the wolf, its intelligent gaze holding the travelers for a final moment of connection, before it turned and loped away into thickening mist, its form dissolving until only the gleam of eyes remained visible, then nothing at all. Yet the sense of its continuing presence lingered, a reassurance that some connections transcended the boundaries between worlds. Now the path ascended more steeply, requiring genuine physical effort for the first time since the journey began. Muscles long dormant awakened to necessity, breath quickened with exertion, heart beat more strongly within the chest. These physiological responses served as anchors, drawing consciousness more firmly into the body, preparing for complete return to the waking world. The landscape continued its transformation toward greater solidity and definition. Trees now stood as distinct entities with individual characteristics rather than archetypical forms. Rocks showed specific textures, some smooth with age, others jagged from recent formation. The ground between path and forest developed complexity. Patches of moss, scattered fallen leaves, occasional flowers whose colors seemed extraordinarily vivid after the muted palette of underworld realms. Above, the sky deepened from the indeterminate luminescence of Dream's Hollow toward a more defined blue, though still unlike any ordinary sky. Across this expanse drifted clouds, with purpose to their patterns, forming shapes that suggested both natural phenomena and deliberate communication. A ship with full sails, a hand reaching downward, a tree spreading branches, a face in profile whose features resembled no one and everyone The air itself gained substance and character, no longer the neutral medium of the between place, but something with presence and variation. In some places it hung still and heavy with the scent of earth and growing things. In others, it moved in currents that carried hints of distant places. Sea salt, mountain stone, meadow flowers, forest loam. These changing qualities created a sensory map overlay atop the visual landscape, adding depth to orientation beyond what eyes alone could perceive. But sounds, too, became more varied and specific, no longer merely the cosmic music that continued as distant backdrop, but individual notes of a world awakening to consciousness, water moving over stone in a pattern that almost formed words, leaves rustling with messages both random and purposeful, occasional calls of unseen creatures that might have been birds, but resonated with more complex meaning than simple animal communication. These sensory experiences flooded in with increasing intensity as the boundary between dreaming and waking thinned further. The mind struggled to process this abundance after the relative austerity of Helheim and the filtered perceptions of Dreams Hollow. It was like moving from a space where everything had been carefully curated and distilled to its essence into an environment of overwhelming multiplicity where no single focus could be maintained for long. A gentle breeze touched the traveler's face, the first true physical sensation since passing through the hollow gate. With it came sense of life, green growing things, morning dew, the subtle complexity of air moved by wind rather than the static atmosphere of underworld realms. The body responded instinctively, lungs expanding to draw deeper breath, skin awakening to sensation after the numbing cold of death's domain. The soul maimer's light began to fade, its purpose nearly fulfilled. Soon it would vanish entirely, returning to Helheim as part of the balance between giving and taking, between knowledge gained and price paid. The traveler looked at it one last time, memorizing its gentle glow, the warmth that had guided through the darkest passages of the underworld. "Thank you," the traveler whispered to the fading light, words that encompassed gratitude, not just for guidance, but for transformation itself. In response, the marker pulsed once more, bright and clear, before dissolving into motes of light that spiraled upward and vanished into the brightening sky. The path ended abruptly at the base of what appeared to be an enormous tree trunk, not a root of Yggdrasil this time, but a true gateway between worlds. Its bark spiraled in complex patterns that seemed to shift when not observed directly, forming doorways that opened and closed like breathing lungs. This was the final threshold, the last transition point before complete return to the waking world. Before approaching this last barrier, the traveler turned to look back at the path traveled. Dreams Hollow stretched away into distance, its silver mists now illuminated from above by what seemed like approaching dawn. The drifting light still moved in their silent patterns, some drawing nearer to watch this departure from their between place. And there, at the furthest visible point, where mist thickened into impenetrable cloud, stood a figure, tall and straight, half in shadow and half in light. Though too distant for features to be discerned, the traveler knew without doubt that Hel herself watched this departure from her realm. Her permission made this return possible. Her bargain allowed wisdom to travel from death back to life. The traveler raised one hand in salute, not submission, not gratitude exactly, but acknowledgement of compact fulfilled, of balance maintained between their realms. The distant figure inclined her head slightly in response, the gesture barely perceptible across the expanse, before turning and fading into the mists of her domain. It was time. The final doorway awaited, pulsing gently with inner light that seemed to match the rhythm of a heartbeat. The traveler's own heart, beating stronger now as life called more insistently. With deliberate steps, the threshold was approached, hands reaching out to touch the living wood of the barrier between worlds. The door recognized its approach, spiraling open like the pupil of an enormous eye adjusting to light. Beyond lay not darkness, but brilliance. Not the harsh glare of midday sun, but the gentle illumination of dawn, of awakening, of return. The traveler stepped forward, passing through the final gate. The world shifted once more, reality rearranging itself around this transitional moment. The sensations came in waves, warmth against skin, softness supporting tired limbs, the subtle sound of breathing, one's own breath, steady and deep. These were the anchors of the physical world, the touchstones of waking existence that had seemed so distant during the journey through death's realm. Consciousness expanded outward from these simple physical awareness, memories of the underworld journey already beginning their transformation. The profound revelations of Helheim were shifting, rearranging themselves into symbols and metaphors that the waking mind could process and contain. The raw truth of death's wisdom, too potent for living thought to hold unchanged, filtered through layers of consciousness, becoming the language of dreams rather than the stark dialect of mortality's end. Yet, something essential remained intact. Not specific knowledge, perhaps, but understanding that ran deeper than words could express. The traveler had walked the 9 paths, had stood before hell in her half-light throne room, had bargained for wisdom and paid its price in full. That experience had changed the very fabric of being, altering perception in ways that would unfold gradually in the days and years to come. As dawn's light grew stronger, as the boundary between sleeping and waking thinned to transparency, one final vision formed in the mind's eye. A last gift from Dream's Hollow before its doorways closed completely. The vision began as a single point of golden light, pulsing gently like a distant star. This point expanded outward, not merely growing larger, but unfolding in multiple dimensions simultaneously, revealing complexity beyond ordinary perception. Layers upon layers manifested, each more intricate than the last, until a structure of breathtaking beauty and impossible intricacy spread through the entirety of awareness. In this vision, Yggdrasil stood revealed in its entirety, its vast structure connecting all realms of existence in patterns too complex for any single consciousness to fully comprehend. The 9 worlds hung among its branches like jewels, each with its own nature, its own purpose in the greater design, and running through all, connecting everything in patterns of light and meaning, were the threads of fate, the weaving of the Norns, who sat at the base of the world tree, recording what had been, what was, and what must someday come to pass. Asgard gleamed at the highest point, its golden halls reflecting light that seemed to originate from within the realm itself, rather than from any external source. Here gods moved in stately patterns, their forms immense, yet precisely defined, their actions sending ripples through the fabric of reality that affected all other realms in subtle but profound ways. Odin could be glimpsed seated upon Hilskalf, his all-seeing throne, one eye gazing outward at the multiplicity of creation, while the other, long sacrificed, looked inward toward mysteries even the Allfather could not fully articulate. Nearby hung Vanaheim, lush with perpetual growth and vibrant life force. Here the Vanir, old gods of fertility and natural cycles, danced in celebration of existence itself. Their movements created harmonies that resonated through Yggdrasil's branches, maintaining balances essential to the continuation of all life. Their realm shimmered with constant change yet remained fundamentally stable, embodying the paradox of renewal within continuity. Alfheim glowed with soft radiance, home to the light elves, whose artistry shaped beauty from raw potential. Their delicate architecture rose in impossible configurations that somehow expressed fundamental truths about the universe's structure. Music visible as patterns of colored light flowed through their domain, creating and dissolving forms that could be perceived simultaneously as mathematical equations, philosophical propositions, and emotional expressions of profound depth. Below these elevated realms, suspended at Yggdrasil's midpoint, Midgard appeared, the realm of humankind, smaller than the divine domains, yet intricate beyond measure in its constant flux of possibility. Countless lives unfolded there, in patterns that echoed the larger movements of gods and cosmic forces, while maintaining their own unique trajectory. From this perspective, the brevity of mortal existence revealed its purpose. Each life a concentrated experiment in experience, a focused exploration of potentials that longer-lived beings could only examine through extended, deluded awareness. Jotunheim spread vast and rugged, the realm of giants, whose ancient knowledge predated even the gods. Their massive forms moved with deliberate slowness through landscapes of primal power. Towering mountains, bottomless chasms, forests of trees tall as Midgard's highest peaks, though often cast as antagonists in the tales of gods. From this perspective, their essential role in the cosmic balance became clear. They were the necessary counterweight to divine order, the embodiment of creative chaos without which stagnation would overtake all existence. Svartalfheim lay partially hidden, its labyrinthine depths home to the dark elves, whose craftsmanship rivaled that of the dwarves, though serving different purposes. Their realm pulsed with secret knowledge, with magics both subtle and profound, that worked upon the very foundations of reality. Unlike their light-dwelling kin, they sought not beauty for its own sake, but power derived from understanding the shadow aspects of existence. Not evil by nature, but essential explorers of dimensions other beings feared to acknowledge. Deeper still lay Nidavellir, domain of the dwarves, master crafters whose forges produced wonders that transcended the boundaries between artistry and magic. Their halls honeycombed the roots of Yggdrasil itself, their constant industry maintaining aspects of the world tree's structure that might otherwise falter. Though seldom leaving their underground kingdom, their influence spread throughout all realms through the artifacts they created. Tools and weapons and adornments that channeled powers otherwise inaccessible to their users. Near the base of the world tree's massive trunk, Muspelheim blazed with primordial fire. Not the flames of ordinary combustion, but the original creative force from which all energy derived. Fire giants moved through this incandescent realm, their forms constantly shifting between solid matter and pure flame. Their nature was not destruction for its own sake, but transformation, the breaking down of existing forms to enable new creation. This was the cosmic forge, where future possibilities were smelted from the raw materials of present reality. Opposite this realm of fire, Niflheim spread an eternal mist, the primordial cold that balanced heat's expansive tendency. Here ice giants maintained the equal necessity of consolidation, of drawing inward, of preserving form against the constant pressure of change. Their realm was not death, but suspended animation, the cosmic storehouse where potential waited for appropriate conditions before manifesting. Without this counterbalance to Muspelheim's constant burning, all would be consumed in uncontrolled transformation. And at the lowest level, partially hidden by Yggdrasil's massive roots, Helheim waited in twilight illumination, not as place of punishment, but as necessary completion of life's cycle. Hell herself could be glimpsed moving among the quiet shades of the dead, her divided form a visual representation of existence's dual nature. Here all journeys ended, yet from this ending new beginnings became possible, for death was not annihilation but transition, the release of essence from form to enable new configurations of being. Connecting all these realms, flowing through Yggdrasil's living wood, ran the waters of the Well of Erd, source of all waters, throughout the 9 worlds and repository of all wisdom gained through experience. Beside this well sat the 3 Norns, Erd of the past, Verdandi of the present, Skuld of the future, weaving the great tapestry of fate from threads that connected every being throughout all realms. Their work was not predestination in the sense of fixed outcomes, but rather the maintenance of pattern within which infinite variations might unfold, the establishment of consequences without which choice would have no meaning. Most wondrous of all revealed aspects was Yggdrasil itself, not merely a connection between separate realms, but a living entity of which all realms were expressions. Its consciousness operated on a scale beyond comprehension, each leaf a world of possibility, each branch a timeline of development, its entire being both container and content of all existence. The world tree suffered and endured, grew and transformed, maintained and created in one continuous, eternal process that encompassed both the smallest quantum fluctuation and the grandest cosmic cycle. The vision expanded further, revealing that Yggdrasil itself was but one tree in a greater forest, one pattern in an infinite tapestry of being. Beyond the 9 worlds lay others. Beyond this cycle of existence stretched cycles without number. The boundaries that seemed so fixed, between life and death, between mortal and divine, between one realm and another, were revealed as more permeable than imagined, more mutable than the gods themselves might acknowledge. And at the heart of this infinite complexity lay a simple truth, the kernel of wisdom that Hell had permitted the traveler to bring back across the threshold. All things connected, all beings participated in a shared existence that transcended individual form or function. The separation that caused such suffering, the isolation that drove mortals to desperate acts and gods to jealous wrath, was illusion born of limited perception. This was the gift and the burden of the underworld journey, to see beyond the veil, to recognize the unity beneath apparent division, to know that death was not ending but transformation, that loss opened pathways to new beginnings, that the cycle continued beyond perception, but never truly outside understanding, for those willing to walk the difficult roads. The vision began to fade as wakefulness approached, its profound revelations already transforming into dream symbols, into intuition rather than direct knowledge. This too was part of the bargain with Hell. Direct memory of death's domain could not survive unchanged in the realm of the living, but its essence would remain, working beneath conscious thought like water shaping stone, gradually revealing through living action what could not be fully contained in waking memory. The mists of dreams hollow dispersed entirely, replaced by the familiar sensations of physical existence. The journey completed its circle, the traveler returning to the very point of departure, yet fundamentally changed by the path traveled. What had begun in desperate seeking concluded in quiet understanding. What had started as flight from fear ended as movement toward acceptance. Sleep released its hold gently, consciousness expanding into the fullness of waking perception. The details of the underworld journey receded like tide from shore, leaving behind only fragmentary images, hell's mismatched gaze, the glowing soul marker, the silver path through mists where memory and possibility intertwined. These would surface occasionally in quiet moments, in dreams, in the spaces between thoughts, offering glimpses of wisdom too profound for words to adequately contain. The room materialized around the awakening traveler. Familiar walls, window where morning light filtered through thin curtains. Everyday objects restored to their proper significance after absence. The ordinary world made extraordinary by return, by the simple miracle of continuation after confronting its opposite. A deep breath filled lungs that remembered the cold air of Helheim, the silver mists of Dream's Hollow. A stretch extended limbs that had walked paths few living beings ever traversed. A moment of orientation placed this awakening body within the context of ongoing life. A life now enriched rather than diminished by its brief sojourn into death's domain. The journey had ended where it began, the circle completed, yet nothing remained unchanged. Nothing could be as it was before crossing the threshold of the Hollow Gate. Death's wisdom, carried back into life, would manifest not in words or conscious memory, but in how one walked through the world henceforth, with deeper compassion born of shared connection, with greater acceptance of life's cycles, with recognition of patterns that extended beyond individual existence. As the new day beckoned, as ordinary activities awaited, the traveler rose to meet them, carrying invisibly the mark of Helheim's touch, hearing distantly the echo of Dream's hollow melodies, seeing occasionally through the veil that separated the worlds. These gifts, purchased at significant cost, would unfold their value gradually across remaining days, illuminating the path forward with wisdom born of darkness traversed and transcended. The return was complete, the journey continued. Our Viking tale has now concluded. You will now hear the peaceful sounds of a crackling fire and gentle ambient noises that will continue throughout the night without any interruptions, helping you drift into a deep and restful sleep. May the stars of the northern sky watch over you, and may you find peaceful rest until the morning light. Sleep well, and good night.